Good morning. Today is 4th of April 2024, and we're going to be racing today. Today we're at Sapphire Coast. This is in New South Wales, Australia. And the ground reading is bad. It's heavy, and it is heavy 9 or heavy 10. There's also a forecast which says that it could rain here, and this track is in middle of nowhere. So we've got 8 races here, and the last finishing mile, from the last bend to the finishing post somewhere here, is about 400 meters. And the shape of the track it's not one of the best, but it is not one of the worst. The problem is this is a rural track, and we're going to be vigilant. We're going to see what they're doing, and then if it is feasible, then we'll take a call. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing 5 days a week, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock or the gates, when we get the live stream from the gates or the paddock. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we stick to our picks and place our bets. But if we find that there are circumstantial changes and there are better horses at the paddock, we do make changes with our picks, and often we step out. The entire idea is to take decisions that are in favor of us, and that's exactly what we try and do. So I've got 3 tabs open in front of me. The first one is where we get to see the feed. The second one is RaceNet, where we look at the odds and the scratchings. It is still saying heavy 9. And the last one is we have the race. We have RaceNet, which has which has become something else right now, and this is where we generally try and take a look at the results. So that's what we have. So without any further ado, we'll get on with the first race, and we'll see if there are scratchings, and we'll take down the odds. There are no scratchings. 8 runners. Benchmark 66. Odds 2, 5, 3, and 1. Two is favorite. Let's see if we got the feed. Not yet. We'll wait for the feed to come in. Still haven't got the feed.
She's off out in front and just doesn't offer that 200 foot.
So with $1.55 Godzilla, one thing I think we'll agree on, he won't start at $1.50. I think he'll start a lot better.
Unless they're just really confident.
Yep. Have you got him on top?
No. Smart's one of my favourite horses. I love this horse. He's had 2 great return runs. He should have won last start. We just saw that. My only concern for this little guy would be the 60 kgs. Could be a little bit anchoring for him. It did find him out last preparation at Sunny Coast when he looked to have everything in his favour to that lead-up run. But it was 1,800 and I just don't think he's just a miler. He's a good 1,600 metre horse.
About his heavy track stats because he's had 4 goes yet to play.
Inconclusive, unlucky runs. He has had, they were unlucky runs, so it's not to say that he doesn't get through the heavy.
And there was one of those unlucky runs where he should have won the race.
Yep.
So that stat is misleading. He should have had a win on the heavy for sure.
That's he's a very unlucky little boy.
Yes.
Seeing the Dubs come out of that last race and Frank the form on the Saturday, moved to Tuesday as well.
That's it.
Diaco is the overs. He finally got the mole last start. He'd been staying at the 1,200 trips, not sure why, and on his best form, and which is recent form too. I'm not talking in the old days. Like he can beat this field.
I'm worried about him in heavy, and I just think Desert can sometimes really favour the leaders, which is probably on that race.
Well, that's his home track too.
He could also get a soft lead in.
But I think for him, it was just getting back out to the mile. Like the 1,200s are way too short. Godzilla, I do think is more effective ridden off speed and Waverley, as you said, was great off the back of a very good rail hugging ride to run 4th after a fresh and going back in trip, getting out to the mile today for the Thornton Staminers that got the heavy form on the board. Race 4 is the first leg of our quaddie. It's a Class 1 and maiden plate 2,050 metre race, and Dillian. Now so many interesting runners today, Joycey. I need a new word. This guy is our favourite. Now he is a rising 7-year-old. His only win came as a 2-year-old, but he's very lightly raced, so we know that there's been issues. It's a very checkered career, and he's now in the care of the Holberts off the back of, I think, leaving the Mars stable.
Yes, correct.
Yes. Okay, so here's your favourite. Sign-a-piece 440 Far West. He's a tease as well. 550 Promiscuous Girl 750, and Around the Boy is $11.
Tough race, really tough race. You've done the right thing, I think, in going for a roughie. I've lobbed on Promiscuous Girl, and the word you want to jot down too for your thesaurus is intriguing. It's a great word to use.
Intriguing, interesting. I'm getting my
It's a really good word.
thesaurus out lately.
That'd be a great word for today.
I love using new words, and I used it in a message with you last night. I got it off a show I was watching, Transactional. And I used it. I went out of my way to make up a story so I could use it.
Really?
Yeah, you never even...
I mustn't pay much attention
No,
to the
you
message.
didn't. I thought you were going to say, wow.
Apologies there. 10, 2, 11 and 13. We've both got very busy lives at the moment. Easter hat parades, etc. Promiscuous Girl goes on top.
Yes, I attended mine.
She... Okay. That's very good. Very good. She ended up on top by default a touch because Trump Card was my original best bet.
Yeah.
And I'm worried she might run out a really strong 2000, but she's bred to.
Yep.
She handles it wet. She's drawn the fence. We discussed it the other day. Is the fence going to be the spot to be or not? I'm still sticking to the fact I'd rather be on the fence.
Yeah, and then Boris has options.
And it just puts her in the right spot.
Yeah.
Which is hopefully third fence, because you have to switch her off and help her run every bit of the 2000.
Yes.
What I've seen of her. Number 2, Dillian, what do? Best rated horse in the race, highest rating figures, beautifully placed under set weights. But first up, 2,000 metres on a heavy 9. It's going to be a big training performance off one trial.
And only win of one as a 2-year-old.
And hasn't won since a 2-year-old. So I don't know what'll happen with that price. I'll be surprised if he doesn't drift. Sign of Peace, maybe the obvious play. Comes up with Sydney form. Chris Waller gets a claim-friendly Lang, rolls along on speed. Has been competitive in the Sydney midweeks of late, just hasn't been going on with it. Last start at Canterbury was probably the worst of the lot. Couldn't have got a better lead. Got to the turn, she was travelling and just folded up. So I don't know what her story is. And then you got out of luck, which you're about to cover with a replay as well. So I might as well throw it over to you.
Yeah, he is a maiden, just note. But he was $41 as well. So that was the sort of enticing thing. But I did tip him the start prior as well. So he's also been following.
It was a good run.
Yeah, it probably wouldn't matter.
It was like 30 to 1.
Yeah, he was, and he was great. We will see soon. The eventual winner was the leader. Very high. He's still last there.
Yeah.
He's on the 400 metre mark there, and he's still last. The eventual winner is the horse in the maroon with the blue cap. Watch him whine. What are you laughing at?
I'm laughing at your hand movements. I wish everyone at home could see.
Very
It was like
passionate today.
Like you're pointing to the, to the crowd that are watching us.
Well, look at him. Look at him go. Like,
That's a good run.
go, you good thing. Because
Question about him then. He couldn't tack on early. I know he drew wide, so they had to go back, but he just couldn't tack on. Corey was into him the whole way.
Yeah. He's done that every career start.
Is he going to be last again today?
Yeah, but he gets the extra ground. Will help.
But he'll have to come last.
And I don't mind him going a mile to 2,000 off the back of
races.
And the way he's falling out of the gates, and he switches off beautifully. So he gives himself every conceivable to run out of the trip. I liked the start prior, which was why I tipped him last start at Doom, but he just had no luck behind Asfriend. Window tappers, put 2 together off the back of that. So, we've got some question mark with the profile, the race with the rail, the heavy, but going well. And he was $41.
He was.
Majestic Angel, I think, is a knockout chance.
Yeah.
And when the price firmed for out of luck, I was like, do I stay rock solid or do I... But you can't, right?
She's not a bad roughie. I know that
Great roughie.
the stats don't read well for heavy, but she's a Sacred Falls. And again, a little bit misleading because she stays all day.
Stays all day. Now, last start, she had to come back to the 1,800 metres. She lost 400 metres off her last start. She did follow the winner everywhere. She was on featherweight, but she wanted the extra 400. And the start prior behind Lycabille, which was a good staying race on that occasion, she was magic. And she's ridiculous odds. Far West is a tease, slashing runs home. Remember that day you just made it a best bet at Ipswich and I got you right on the line? I was like, don't worry, this thing won't win. And it just got to the front and said, not today. And I got you. Sign of Peace, I agree. Maybe just throw it in as well. A little bit inconclusive, 13.9, Sorry to bring that old wound up.
No, it's only the 16th time you brought it up.
Class 2 handicap over the 13.50 for the 5th, Joycey. Antonino is your favourite for David Van Dyke. Simply excels 310. Script Rider was a great return. Hollywood Epic is dead set airborne. I think firmed from 12s. And then Rothsay's Lad, $14.
What have I done wrong this race? I've tipped it to Dino. No, I'm just waiting for you to actually say.
I thought you tipped Hollywood Epic.
Oh, no, that's later in the day, isn't it? No, it's this way. But
Well,
3 separate.
clearly not.
I was thinking of bars. Epic.
No, I get mixed up with them too.
All right, so here's Ant.
Right, so this is the first one that we have. The 2 is the favorite. Okay. This is not a handicapped race. That's the first thing. Second thing is it's a benchmark 66. And that 2 is favorite because probably it has attempted to 3 league races, and also the fact that if there was a linear in this race, which unfortunately is not there, this thing would have been the EW. But that's not the case here. The case is, if we look through the handicapping, it starts with the neutral horses. All right, 3-5-1, all neutral. 2 has a lot of advantage, but at the same time, it's 1,000 meter, and there's no pressure on this horse. Plus, it is out of the rails. So it is. I don't know whether this will win. There are quite a few things that are happening because all the top 3 horses are neutral. This is with advantage. This is with advantage. So, now, is it a good team? It is an okay team. The best probably 5-1 out of all this that is going on. Generally, what happens is one of the largest drifts, they always get into the race as the second horse pool. If we look at the gate of that second horse pool, which is probably 6, then the nearest gate is 7, which is again an EW. But this is not a winning number. Even this is tricky. I don't know. So the options that we are left is the support line on with the rails. Now, if we look through the rails, the top one is 3, and then it is 5. If we look at both of these horses through the BB, then 5 is a better horse, but there's almost no pressure on this horse, though it has been tested here at this ground, and it's been tested here, the 5. So 3 definitely has an advantage through the rails. 5 has been tested here. One of the best BBs, one of the best teams. If there was a linear, which is unfortunately not there, they've not given us a linear in this one. I think this would have been the linear, the 5. But the handicapping is such that the 5 is not a linear, it is a neutral. So it is not going to be easy for any of these horses to win. It is going to be a thing to watch. I am not going to get into it. This track we have not played for a very long time. Today is after a long time we are playing here. I don't even remember how they played last time. But looking at what's going on, I am going to step out. I will not get into it. I will wait for the right opening. This is not the right opening, but 2 is difficult to win. If there was a linear, then it would have been probably 5. That's what I think. So 5 has better chances to win this, but it is still a neutral. It is not going to be easy. So I won't get into it. And anyways, I do not get into any of the first races of the card. We watch what's going on. So we'll watch what's going on. But that's what my thought is.
enough late in the piece to show that perhaps it'll be an improver third up, and it is a heavy mudlark sort of horse. Let's look at the last, because this is the addition for the girls over the 1200, the benchmark 65. Cutie Pie is your $3.50 favourite. Summer Soiree $3.60. Miss Personality $5.50. Untouchable Legend $8. And the other Mars horse is Mars Air Big at $9.50.
I'm not doing Mars Epic today.
No, it's still the other one you like.
I'm going with Tessa.
Oh, we're going to show my replay.
We're going to show you a replay though. So let's discuss Miss Personality, because she came into this race 2 from 2 this prep. She was on pace, absorbing pressure, fighting back and winning races. We're picking up a replay. She's third last tips, which won up.
And that's East Town too, ahead of her in the Browband too, just to reference that run. She got an impeded run, and then she gets going again late. She's got breathing issues, this horse. She needs a beautiful, unimpeded, flowing run. She just didn't get it, but she was still good in feet.
She was, so she hopefully jumps cleanly for you today, Kian. She's never raced on anything other than a soft 6, but that replay was a soft 6, so at least she handles the sting out. Most of the long rows do. So I'm not knocking your Miss Personality tip, but I'm with Mutessa at the big odds here each way. I went back and had a look at her only heavy track round. She swam through the ground. By this stage of the day, it's going to be heavy and chopped up. And you want a genuine mudlark. She's second up off a spell. Her return run at Podest was a slashing run. She had no luck.
Yeah.
Highlighted that on Wednesday. And you're getting $13. So anyway, she just got the nod over Mars Epic. Mars Epic, I think, will go forward. Rock up, fit, racing well, gets a claim, handles it wet. Just how much pressure is going on, up speed in the last, are they coming down the middle? You're trying to anticipate all those things. So I'll go on with Mutessa at this stage. Summer Soiree, tough last start, gets the claim, and Cutie Pie rounds me out.
11 on top of mine. Miss Personality we just touched on. Now the 15 got the nod just ahead of Mutessa at massive odds. Nearly too sure to happen. I'm not sure why I relegated back, but I just did. Look, she's a half to give me space. She's a lovely horse. She's got a really exciting change-up speed when she's on. But it's when she's on, you just don't know when she's on. The 1400 saw her out last start, so forgive that. Wet's a question mark, but I went right through her form, and her soft 7 runs, heavy runs were very, very good without luck. So she's a lovely horse. Mutessa definitely, and Cutie Pie specials.
For me, I've got a best bet as Smart Company. Price for punters, and Mutessa's the value in the last at 13.
Smart got to like $6 yesterday.
And you're out of luck as your value.
Yeah, out of luck is my value. Quaddie, I really want to get a quaddie today because it's going to play heaps.
We always want a quaddie on any day, but in particular Friday, because it sets you up for a big day on the punt Saturday.
Just because the exotic chances I think are really good today.
I've gone 4x4 by 2x5. So top 4 picks in the first 2. Narrowed it down in race 6. That's our short price favourite.
King Potter.
And then gone wide. Just add one in the last just for you. I added in. I'm not forget. So there's my quaddie, and there's your quaddie.
I'm 128 as well, and that's the leg that I could trim up, but did not want to leave out any of those roughies there in those upper legs, so all 4 selections are in there. Chase, what's happening in our Jockeys Challenge here this afternoon?
Okay, Kian, Joycey, thanks for that. We'll join you soon. Jack Upson Chester, the favourite, 280. Emily Lang at 330. Talia Turner at 6. 650. Any other at 10. CJ Brown, the main ones there. The Jockey Challenge out of Zoom, and that is our preview. And we'll be back to Kian and Joycey for the coming out of the first in a little while. Right? So we've got to get our racing underway on this Friday afternoon with the Sapphire Coast, 66, 1,007 metres. Now, Carla's best bet of the day, Spinosaurus. $6.50. Delonte is the favourite. Here is the report. Now here.
Welcome to racing at the Sapphire Coast this afternoon. We have an 8-race program. We ended up on a heavy 9 after about 16 minutes of rain overnight, but with lovely conditions today, we could potentially see an upgrade throughout the day. But we do kick off the day with the Wes Fleet Painting Benchmark 66, which is run over the 1,007 metres, and we have a field of 8 here. First horse we'll see is the horse I have on top, the one Spinosaurus. His first up, Matt Kelly and Glenn Carl claiming 2 kilos. His first up record's outstanding. He's at the 5 starts for 3 wins and 2 thirds, and one of those wins came first up last preparation at Wagga, where he was under very similar conditions, jumped and found the front there under 60 kilos on a heavy track, and they couldn't get near him. He was able to beat a horse called Home, who is a very handy horse, and went on to a terrific preparation. I think he looks ready to go. Craig's nice and fit, and I think he'll take a lot of running down. The 2 is Shalonte for Scott Collins, and Pierre Buddha Villain, just walking past me now, she's right up on her toes here. She's first up off a pretty lengthy spell. Now, she's a mare that at her best would be a class above here. She showed an awful lot in her first couple of preparations. At her best, she didn't disgrace herself in listed company and group company. Obviously, something went amiss last preparation where she only had the one start and was beaten 30-odd lengths and has now made her way to Scotty Collins' stable. She does race well fresh, and she's had a couple of trials this time around, which she's been trialling really well at. Just a couple of knocks was that her only run on the heavy track. She's beaten about 10 lengths. It was in town, but she still didn't appear to get through it. And she is a mare that can dawdle out of the gate, so I expect to be back here, but she'll be running on. The 3 is Abstruse for Natalie Jarvis and Brodie Lloyd. Another horse first up here, and another horse that races well, Fresh first up. First up last preparation, she was able to win at Maria. Then she went on in her preparation and probably got a little bit worse as the prep went on, but it seemed to be when she got out over a bit further and getting deeper into her prep. I think first up here from barrier 1, she'll land probably behind the speed and give a good sight. The 4 is Heart of Vancouver for my dad, John Nisbet. Rebecca Bonnet claiming kilo and a half. He's a gelding that's been out of form his last couple of runs. He's a horse that does have a lot of ability. It's just his head that he probably battles with more than anything. I think he's capable of bouncing back if he can put his mind to it today. He's 2 wins from 3 starts at the track, and he doesn't mind a bit of give in the ground. The 5 is Miss Scoop for Matthew Dale and Ruby Haylock claiming 2 kilos, which sees her carry only 54, which I think gives her a bit of a chance here. She's a mare that gets up on the speed and doesn't seem to find a whole lot, but she always sticks on quite well and is never beaten fast. She's been fresh in the months. She's been beaten just under 2 lengths in the same grade last start, I think from barrier 3, and as I said, with no weight and knowing that she'll get up on speed, she can give a bit of a sight. The 6 is Princess Halo for the Joseph Jones team, and their apprentice Claire Ramsbottom claiming 2 kilos. Last start they tried her over the 1200 and she just seemed to struggle over that fast, so they brought her back to the 1000 metres here. She's been freshened a month to come into this race. She has been contesting easier, but she has been up in the weights, obviously contesting easier, so she goes up in grade here but gets stepped right down in the weights, which I think she can appreciate. The 7 is Veriva for Brian Adams and Jess Taylor. She's been 5 weeks freshened since her last start at an hour of the 1200 and a benchmark 58, which I did think she was a touch disappointing at. She's a mare that at her best she can get back and find the line quite well, and she just didn't seem to let down as well as what she can. Back to 1000 metres fresh with speed on and on this heavy ground which she gets through. I think we can see her run through the line strong. The last of our runners here is the 8, Dr. Kodo for Rod Gillan and Damon Butler. He's a 9-year-old rig, actually. He has had 89 starts with 12 wins, 12 seconds and 5 thirds. So he's got a good overall record, but probably not at his best at this stage of his career. His last couple he's been well beaten at Sale and Barnsdale. He did run 3rd at this track a distance 3 ago, but that was in a benchmark 50. So this is certainly tougher. Oh man, I was surprised to see Spinosaurus get out to about $8, but not surprised to see him see a little bit of support now into $6. What are you expecting of him first up today?
He's going good. His form reads for itself. He goes very good first up and he goes good on the wet. So I thought he was over the odds, and I kind of had him marked down to be short enough to favourite. So either I'm a bad judge or someone else is.
Well, saying we're in the same boat here, no, probably tip more losers than winners to be fair. What have you instructed Glenn Carl to do?
Oh, he's on speed horse. He begins without the barriers. He's going to, try and establish the front, but it's not a lead or cost job. If something wants to go, we're going to let it go and just probably drop him back to the box seat. He's very versatile and he tries very hard, especially at the start of his preps when he's very fresh. His body's very sound and he puts in, so he should be putting in a really good run.
Good luck.
Thank you.
I think he looks really hard to beat. I was more than happy to have him on top here, and I did make him my best bet of the day. I thought he could find the front quite comfortably for Glencar from that soft draw barrier too, but as Matt just mentioned, if he doesn't, it's probably not the end of the world. His form's really rock solid, especially fresh, and he was facing much tougher races than this at the end of his last prep and still racing well. In for second, I put the 3 Abstruse, another horse first up. He'll get the right run from barrier 1 and does race well fresh too, gets through the wet ground. In for third, I put the 5 Miss Scoop with the lightweight and the soft draw. She'll get herself in the first 4 spot, and she always never finishes far away. And in for fourth, I put the 2 Our Favourite
favourite. Shalante, definitely the class mare on her day, but as I said, could be a bit vulnerable here. First up, getting back and on this heavy ground. So 1352. Our favourite will be Shalante though, at $2.80, just in from $2.90 now. Miss Scoop just on the drift slightly, 360 out to 440, and Spinosaurus, as I mentioned, a little bit of support, 750 into $6. We'll head up to Anthony Manton for the call of our first.
Veriva is the next one. And Princess Halo will be the last one to come forward. So final horse about to walk up, Princess Halo for the Westfleet Painting Benchmark 66.
Dows, welcome back. One
Number 2 here, Chalante, 270 at the death.
difficult Dows.
Riding for Scott Collins.
Difficult
Tomorrow in
for
the
one.
Country Championship final with Tickle.
I stayed out 5 probably,
Red light.
but it's a neutral.
Bad start. Chalante, the favourite, missed it. Came out 3 lengths last. Dr. Cotto, the first one to begin. Princess Halo, second. Miss Scoop, third. Spinosaurus, fourth. And then came Abstruse, sliding up along the rails to improve its position from Heart of Vancouver. Veriva is second last, and Chalante after bombing the start. Now second.
They all have problems. Top 3 horses are all neutrals.
In front.
So,
Princess Halo outside the leader. Spinosaurus is third.
The
but
2
it's
was the
3
favorite,
wide.
which
Miss
is
Scoop's fourth, and then came Abstruse on the back of the leader. They're followed by Chalante, who's got off the inside and now presents the deepest runner, and Veriva just behind it. Princess Halo, 350 to go. Got rid of Dr. Cotto, and it dashed away, you Princess Halo. Put up 2 lengths, Miss Scoop, and then came Abstruse. There's no Chalante.
4.
It's Princess Halo, 150
Or is
to
it
go.
5?
Big leader. Abstruse has run to second, and then Miss Scoop, but Princess Halo showed a sharp turn of foot at the top of
I
the
don't know,
straight.
4 I guess.
And wanted to win by 2. Princess Halo beat Abstruse, Miss Scoop, Veriva,
6.
Heart of Vancouver. Spinosaurus had a tough run. Dr. Cotto and Chalante bombed it at the start, ran last. Princess Halo, Barb Joseph, Paul and Matt Jones. They strike early with number 6. She showed a sharp turn of foot there at the top of the straight to put them away. And she goes on to record her 4th win from start number 18. Barb Joseph, Paul and Matt Jones. Claire Ramsbottom, the winning rider. 6 is first. 3's run second. Abstruse. And third.
6, 3, 5, and
Oh, well done,
7.
Matt. You were about to put it right, but she showed a bit of initiative. That's a great run.
That's great. That's
6 got it, yes.
I said, get back to that.
I'll show you what's going on here. So the 6 was the highest drift. It is supposed to be second somewhere. But today it got, it got there because everything else was neutral. Everything else was neutral. And the 2 was the favorite, which was favorite because of, could be 2 reasons. One, it has 3 league races, but it did not win any of those. It just participated. And the second thing is, it was here. It was here. So maybe, see, this is not possible for people to identify, but I think it went in favorite because of there are 3 league races. But the race is designed in such a way that this one doesn't have the rails. So winning was not possible for this. The 6 was the largest drift. It is supposed to come in second. But in what conditions? When we have a linear. We don't have a linear. We don't have a linear. So that won. And the 3 went through with the rails. Then obviously 5 came in. Then 7. For what joy? 7 was an EW. They still haven't come up with the official results. Okay, they just came. 6, 3, 5, and 7. Wait, 6, 3, 5, and 7. That's what happened. We'll go to the next. We'll see what's happening. 3, 6, 7, 10 is scratched. 5, 4, 9, 8.
The leader really anchored up, and I thought, oh, just kind of let her roll, get into her rhythm. And look, she was good late too. I felt her stopping a little bit, and I thought they were going to sweep me late, but no, she held on. She was really good.
Obviously, she struggled at the 1200 last start, so this seems to see her out the 1,000 metres.
Yeah, I think so, and I think a big thing with her is her fitness too. Like, we need to be, well, like today, you know, we sent her to the races in her top condition, and she handled it just fine. So,
and we were on this heavy 9, but they've ran good time. What did you make of the track?
it's very wet out there, but look, mine usually doesn't run on the heavy track, and it didn't really seem to bother her today. So, yeah, I think throughout the day I might get a little bit chopped up, but for now it's pretty good.
Right, you could be in for a good day, Claire.
Hopefully, thank you.
You're riding really well, Claire. Still claiming 2 kilos as well, which you can ride well and get the horses right down in the weights, which is what happened there with Princess Halo, carrying only 53. She was a big bonus there. So she's won dominantly for our first race, 6, 3, 5, 7 over the line.
So this is the second one, all right? This is the second one. It's a maiden one. So we've seen what happened here. That thing was supposed to get in second. Second, but it came in first because of the circus that was going on here. They put all the best horses through neutrals. So that'll not work. Here, if we look at the odds are 5, 4, 9, and 8. So 5 is the favorite. 4, 9, and 8. Okay. If we look through the rails, that's the linear. Adequate pressure on this. 4 is the largest drift. This one should have gotten second. Here, the odds are right. 5 and 4. All right, it's the linear, then the largest drift. That's how it should be. So the odds are right. The rest, everything can happen, may happen, might not happen. So that's separate. So 5, 4, that should happen, and then that 7-year-old gelding might get in because it has a support line, and or maybe that 8-year-old filly, which is one of the best maidens, but it has 3 races, it did nothing. 9 is a better chance, I think. 9 is a better chance, I think, for 2 reasons. One, it is tailing 5. That's 5 and 4. So that has not been tested yet, but in moderately good hand. So that's a thing that might happen, and it's an EW, so probably 5, 4, 9, 8 has 3 races. I don't know whether that'll work or not, because 3 races, still nothing. But today it has the highest advantage. It is the EW which has the highest advantage with one of the best jockeys. So that might just work. But still, you know, it's a question of why 3 races, nothing is. And it is still in maiden. I have seen in certain situations that there are 3 races and there's no score, but still the horse has made up to a benchmark race, to benchmark 50, benchmark 60, on those lines. In that condition, that's a different story, but it is still in maiden, and that's a questionable thing. So 4 is the largest drift, that should get in the second position. This one has experience here, but the problem is that it has 47 races. It has not done anything in its entire life. Today, what it will do with that advantage and all that, and the team is also kind of absolutely disastrous, these two teams. So they kind of, I don't know what they will do. 9 probably is a better chance after 4. So 5, 4, 9 probably. 5, 4, 9. But I'm still not going to put in money in this track until and unless I've seen another benchmark race going right. The first one was absolutely disaster. This thing was handicapped in such a way that you cannot win this race. Nobody can win this race. And I mean, the only safe bet, a smart bet, would have been a second horse pool on this one, which I did not explain because I stepped out and I think I rushed also. So this is the largest drift. That's why it is only... these are questions of chances, these are questions, this can also backfire, but generally the largest drift is the second horse pool. Here, that's the largest drift, so that's the second horse pool. It's within the odds, so 5, 4 is right. Then for a trifecta, 8 has 3 races, it did nothing. It's an EW, it has advantage, but 3 races still in maiden, done nothing. And this one, 9, is I mean, it goes opposite to the saying that it's always better to go with a known devil rather than one in the bush. This is one in the bush, but it is with a better teamwork. It's also an EW. It lies right under this horse 9, so we kind of this is though today it has one of the highest advantage. Both of them have the same advantage, sorry, 5.65. So they both have the same advantage. It's the only difference is this one has a better jockey, the 8. But having said that, the horse that has done nothing in last 3 races today with a better jockey might prove to be something. But 5 and 4 should work.
We're going to utilise our weight advantage and hopefully be in the running, get a position running that gives us a chance to be in the finish.
You're in back at the stable going great guns in the Doncaster, Iona Merck and Steffi Magnetica. What do you think of those two?
Yeah, Iona Merck's been a revelation this time running. He's run a little bit a Group 3, a Group 2, maybe the Doncaster, the Group 1's the next step, but he's going really well. He's been in for a while. He looks as good as he ever has. The mile's a big question mark. And Steffi Magnetica, I thought she was good without probably being at her best last time. She always runs better third up as opposed to second up. Her work this morning was very good.
4th of 11 in the Champions Mile in the spring. That's a good point of this.
Yeah, and if I think she's back at that level. I think she's improved from her last run. If she runs up to that, she's a live hope in what looks a very tough Doncaster.
One of your biggest stars, Overpass, in the TJ Smith, won the winter bottom in Perth at his last start. Been back and forth there several times. 2 recent trials, won them both.
Yeah, he's going really well. I think he's going as well as ever. He's moving well. He's never the greatest track worker. It's always hard to get a line on him from that, particularly this morning with a weak track. But we just know he's a race day racehorse. He likes to put himself right there. He's got a high cruising speed, and he was very good winning the Sydney Stakes on Everest Day. I think if he can run after that, he's a live hope.
She's and he like A-list together as well.
Yeah, she's an A-lister. We may put a cheeky acceptance in with her. She was very unlucky in the birthday card a week and a bit ago, so she galloped really well this morning. Whether she's up to it's a big question mark, but she's
Kieran May, you're a major player in the Doncaster with Gringotts, a fabulous last start winning the George Ryder. The horse's record, I don't have to tell you, is fantastic. 20 starts for 10 wins and 8 places.
Yeah, he's got a phenomenal record. Really good. Like, it was a proper race last start here at Roxville, and this has always been his plan. He drops to a nice weight. The mile's right in his wheelhouse, so it looks a nice race for him.
Another Will already won a weight for age races campaign. He's there as well.
Yeah, he's super. A little bit unlucky last start, and the form looks pretty good. Right infantry man, obviously Frank had on the weekend. So he's last year just come up just a little bit early for him. He had to back up and he had a wide gate and had to do a bit of work early and probably overdone an attraction. He has matured a lot, and looking forward to Sunday.
In the TJ Smith, Jimmy Starr, a real racehorse, won the Oakley Plate, then third in the William Reid. Always a chance in these races.
Yeah, Jimmy, he's coming out preparation really, and he's in great order. Probably track didn't sort of go to his liking the other day, but I thought he was very good through the line. Big track of Randwick probably suited him a lot better.
I Am Me, last start, 6th in the Galaxy. Where do you think that horse is at going into the TJ?
Well, we'll just have a look at the TJ for her. She's her best, she could mix it with it. She's probably not quite there, but she's improving with each run, so she need to improve a bit again, but not a bad record at the track either.
Multiple runners likely in the size, including state visits.
State visit, yeah, he was super here the other day in the Pago. Sectional was great. Come from the rear, from a wide gate. So hopefully he can draw a bit better. That should make his job a bit easier. But this has always sort of been the plan for him, and he's very progressive colt.
Have one in the Derby.
Tomorrow we have some very, very interesting races at Randwick. That's exactly what they're talking about. You've got the Doncaster Mile
We've got
tomorrow.
Shanwa, so he's been very good his last two. He's won by a space both times.
Which is one of the races in Australia, I think.
He's had it for a pup here before. So
Two of the major races. One is definitely Melbourne Cup. The other one is Doncaster.
Royal Patronage will definitely like the distance.
Yeah, I think so. He's been prepared for this race all campaign, getting back to the handicap conditions after I thought two really strong performances at weight for age level. Obviously very impressive first up at the Canterbury. So he stuck on very well there in the George Ryder. So I think getting back to Randwick is certainly positive for him. Just hoping for a nice draw so we can sort of ride the style of the race that we sort of want to, as opposed to sort of force to with him. I think it'll be very effective.
Besides Podrius, you've identified Belazane as the most likely horse to go there.
Yeah, she's likely to go there. Thought her run in the slip was very good. Just drew awkwardly there, high pressure race, and that just found her out on the day. But she seems to have come through it well, and it's in good shape.
What about North England in the kindergarten?
Yes, elected to go back to the 1100 with him. I feel he'll get the distance in time, but I think just for the shape of the preparation that he's had and where he's at the moment, dropping back in distance and I guess grade at the moment is going to be beneficial for him going forward. But seems a good order.
So, Christy, something a little different track work from the races today. Of course, we're here on Tuesday to talk about Rivellino. He ran an enormous race in the slipper. Firstly, how did he pull that from them?
Come through it really well. With Michael, it's been up a while. He's had a long preparation, but to be fair, he hasn't had any real testing runs. He's held up for a little while and rode the fence most of the race. So he's come through the run really well.
And his work since he had his final gallop this morning?
He did, yeah. We've been pretty kind to him last week, but he worked over 1,000 metres at the company this morning on the fence on the course proper. So it was a perfect track to work on, probably 6 or 7, and
He got through that ground really well and strong through the line in his recovery. So we didn't like 7.
His run in the slipper suggesting he should be right on track for the 14.
Yeah. Look, all along we thought he'd probably a 1400 metre style of horse. So he gets that opportunity on Saturday. Chris Waller Road didn't go into the English Siles, just missed in the Golden Slipper. What about the 1400?
I'm not too concerned about the 1400 at all, really. He's a good horse, it's in form, and we saw his racing style the other day, settling, relaxing, finishing off strong. Yes, I don't have a problem with that racing tactic.
A lot goes into the decision making about whether to put horses away after the slipper or to continue. What was you thinking there?
Just how the horse was. So first of all, I want to see how he came through it. He's come through it well. See how his work is post gold slipper, and that's been good. And there's just general demeanour that's good. So then you've got to measure up what happens when we come back in the spring, and how they do, what other competition there is. It just seemed logical. He deserves another chance to bring one. He got, as you said, it came very close. It's a very cold, so hope he gets conditions to suit on Saturday.
Sending the filly Aliana to the Australian Derby. She's tough. Just missed in the Rosehill Guineas.
She did, yeah, she was brave. So having raced against the boys, we're not trying something new. Whether she's going to go here or to the Oaks, she'd have to run over 21 metres, so she might as well do them Derby.
Take a certain type of filly to convince you to go against the boys?
Well, it's the same filly that we're taking on the boys' last 2 starts, so yes, it does. But because she's been there, the Randwick Guineas, where she ran 3rd, and then the Rosehill Guineas, where she's been narrowly beaten by Broadsway. Sort of made a decision about
Is he ball for the William Haggard stable? Desert Hero will make an appearance next Saturday, or not 100% yet?
Not 100%, but it looks likely that he might go to the chairman's, make a kind of final decision tonight with the boss, obviously with acceptances tomorrow. And
Tuna, welcome back, Tuna.
Or run with the horse and see if it's going to be highly competitive.
yeah, exactly. You know, it's great to have a runner down here for the King, but you want them to be in a competitive spot, and we'll just make that final decision tonight, and hopefully it pans out.
Azar, welcome back, Azar.
I think that's probably the rule.
Bryce Lestoch, you're going to the chairman's handicap next week, and if it runs well there, Sydney Cup after that.
Yeah, for sure. She's a French mare. We bought her with a sort of 3100 metre beat up on the speed on a soft track type form. I thought she ran good the other day. The Manion Cup, the 2400 metres. We were able to put her in the race, and she rolled along. That's her style. So I think you can expect to see her in the Sydney Cup doing that with lightweight. You know, she'll be up thereabouts, and hopefully just needs a little tootsies in the ground, and she'll be brilliant too.
The Sydney stable's going well. The idea now is to punch holes in the bigger races.
Yes, definitely. We've got a Mandible in the next, and if he was to pull his socks up and do something different and win, I don't know, we might even back him up in the Doncaster. I thought Warmonger got a lot of joy in running there. He may be our other Sydney Cup runner. So in a solid blow here today, but I was expecting a little bit better, but it's hard to mark them too hard when they have no joy in running.
At 420. And then you've got the 41 at 60 there, main quartet. Here's Kayla with a recorded round.
We're back for race 2 at the Sapphire Coast, which is the McKillen Service Country Boosted Maiden Plate, run over the 1,007 metres. Our favourite here is now at $2, a lot to say, but the first horse we'll see is the one, Bettor Bear. He's for Jack Van Duren and Olivia Dalton, claiming 2 kilos. Season carry 57. He's certainly got a lot of experience on this field. He was at start 48 today for only 10 minor placings. He certainly mixes his form. He's coming off a fair last start effort at Goulburn, where he was beaten 12 lengths over the 1,300. He is certainly better placed here and comes back to the 1,000 metres, which sees him very fit, so he could improve. The 2 is Kubicek for Darryl Rolfe and John Kissick. His second up. His first up effort was fair at Goulburn as well. He travelled quite strongly in the middle stages, but he just didn't find a lot under pressure, beaten 8.2 lengths, so he will have stripped fitter from that, but still needs to find a bit more. The 3 scratch, so we go to the 4, throw one in for Mick Gutty. Sinead Peebles claiming 3. This horse, I'm convinced it will win a race. It's at start 24 today, so another one that's had a lot of chances. I'm convinced she'll win a race soon, but she just seems to run the same race each time she goes around. Her last few runs have been over the 1,400, including last start where she's probably outclassed at Kembla, but not beaten all that far. If she came back to 1,200 today, I probably would have put her on top, but in the past she just has found the 1,000 a touch too slick. But in saying that, she's got a soft draw, very small field, and fitness on her side, so if she can be used up and get on the speed, I think she will take catching in this heavy track.
Tuna for me ain't sure, but I think 4 can take the 5.
She certainly looks a bit better chance here.
Tuna, this is a maiden race. Anything can happen. Anything is possible, and plus we do not have a clarity on how they're playing today, because the first one, top 3 horses were all neutral. The larger drift went through, and this is the second one, which is a maiden, so it's only ideal to stay out.
She didn't do anything too exciting, but she always held her ground and was never beaten too far. She does appear to me to be a filly that will get better as she gets over a bit further, but this is a perfect race to kick off her prep. The last of our runners with the scratching of the 10 is the 9, War Hope, for the Joseph Jones team, and Claire Ransbottom did combine to win our last race. She's a 3-year-old filly on debut here. She only had the 1 trial at Canberra where she trialled okay. She was a little bit slow into stride. She travelled quite well. She got to the top of the straight and gave a bit of a kick and looked like she was going to run on, and then just peaked on that trial. That was on a soft 5. I think she needs to do a little bit more and will take benefit out of race experience, but this is the right race to kick off her career. Just on War Hope, she's just leaving the enclosure now. It was a little bit cantankerous, I suppose, when Claire got aboard her and they just had to wait for a pony, so a slight delay in her leaving the enclosure, but she's nice and relaxed trotting alongside the pony now, and is on her way. Our favourite here is the 5, A Lot to Say, ridden by Jess Taylor, who combined with Brian Adams, as I mentioned earlier, to run 4th on Veriba, who is, I think, a half-sister to this horse in our first race. I caught up with Jess just a moment ago to discuss her chances. Got a lot of rides today, Jess. You just went around in the first. First of all, we'll touch on how you found the track. Obviously, you're back in the ruck a bit.
Yeah, look, the kickback wasn't too bad, but it is quite heavy. It's genuine heavy. I'll probably say
So
heavy.
multiple horses are getting tailed.
It's yeah, they were getting into it a bit.
This one is also
especially
getting
around the turn.
tailed.
Even straight,
That one
improves
is
for
also
sure.
getting tailed.
But yeah, hopefully with this good weather, we might get a bit of improvement on top again today.
Probably your best ride for the
What
day
is that?
in this upcoming race. A lot to say. She's only had the 2 starts. You were able to
Yellow
run her in the
jacket
last start,
is
which was 7
9.
weeks ago. What
9
did you
is
say
getting
then?
tailed.
She was really good. Yeah, obviously her first up run was good, and she was really good last start and hit the line well. The winner was obviously too good, but she
What
just
are
kept
these
coming to
two
the line. She
horses?
settled back a bit in that race, so I'll just have her where she's comfortable again today. Hopefully we can be a little bit closer from a good draw, and yeah, if she can hit the line similar to last start or a bit better, she should go well.
She seems to be a little bit raw still. Is that fair?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, she did well though. She had to come through them and take a bit of a narrow run at the top of the straight last start, so she's quite bold like that. But when she did straighten up, just took a little while to balance, and she rolled around a little bit in the straight. But as I said, she definitely should improve off that again.
Go through that soft 7 quite well.
Definitely, yeah, definitely. So she should like this track today.
Right, good luck.
Thanks very much.
Yeah, Marmalade Mabel here. I'm sticking with her, although she's in the drift slightly. A lot to say. I thought there was a fair bit to like about both of her runs, as Jess and I just spoke about. She was always a little bit raw, but was finding the line well on natural ability. She was well beaten for second last start, but that was behind Rose, who's gone on to run a few good races against a couple of handy horses. So I think that form's good enough. Although she does get back, or has, I should say, gotten back a little bit. I think naturally in this small field from a good barrier, especially with Jess aboard, she will be able to hold a closer spot. In for second, I put the 4th row one in where a little bit of support is coming for her, and I'm not quite surprised. So she's very fit, and she's our likely leader here, although coming back from the 1400 to the 1000. As I said in the past, she hasn't quite been able to get to the front over the 1000 metres, but in this small field with no pressure and a soft draw with only 54 kilos after Sinead's claim, I dare say the instructions will be to give her a good dig out and try and hold the front. And if she does, well, she has placed on the heavy in her only attempt, and she certainly could prove very hard to run down here, although has had a lot of chances now at start 24. In for third, I put the 8 Consorting one, so it did enough in its first preparation. I don't think she'll be winning over 1,000 metres this time around, just from what she did, but I think she did enough to be running into the minors. And in for fourth, I put the 9 War Hope. So it was a lot more, it was a bit hotter than I expected her to be on debut. She just got a little bit wound up in the yard, but as Claire got alongside the pony, she seemed to settle and was a bit better behaved. So I'm 5, 4, 8, 9, but how is our market looking, Jason?
Well, what to say has been, well, just a fraction easy here, Caleb. 210 was the touched $1.95, back out to 210 late. So just getting out a little and a couple of rolls. She's got number 4, Throw One In, who after scratching just been pretty solid at the 390, touching $4 back to the 390. War Hope's been a little bit easy, 420 out to 5. Consorting 1 has been 5 out to 650, and some specking for these other couple of longer odds, 23 to 14 and 21 to 19. We saw a high price winner in the first race, and maybe punters thinking that in a tricky field here with a few scratching, but maybe something at odds could lob again. So maybe getting out a fraction, but 215 the latest quote, but still holds a pretty clear call here. Taylor, about 90 seconds out.
Yeah, and look, sometimes at the Sapphire Coast, some speed runners seem to be at a bit of an advantage for such a big, beautiful track. I'm not quite sure why, but particularly with this rail out 4 metres today and seeing that longer price winner lead, control the tempo and win the first race, perhaps that's what the punters are following here, because as I mentioned, Throw One In is our likely leader. Yeah, as long as the 1,000 metres and back from the 1400, she could find it a little bit sharp, but as I mentioned, from a soft draw, there's just not a lot of horses around her that have showed much speed in their races. War Hope was a little bit slow into stride in her trial, but ended up mustering to hold good speed, but to hold a handy spot, but from her slightly awkward draw in this small field, I'm not quite sure she would jump and run well enough to get herself in the first 4 without doing a bit of work. A lot to say, as I mentioned earlier. I think Jess Taylor will certainly be determined to try and hold a close enough spot here. She probably, with all respect, won't want to be stuck behind a few of these runners.
One of the blue jackets were also getting tailed. What are the blue jackets?
Speed, so that could be the path that the punters are following here. Just on the track, we felt that perhaps there could be a bit of an upgrade. The time in the first wasn't too bad, but speed
Out of 1 and 4, one was getting tailed. I think it is probably 1. That's a 7-year-old gilding.
Definitely quite heavy, but nevertheless. nevertheless. A few of the jockeys made comment on the fact that it seemed a little bit worse around the corner and down from the chute from the 1,000 metre mark, but getting into the straight it didn't seem quite so bad. So a lot to say. We'll stay out our favourite, although on the drift slightly, and the 4 throw one in, seeing a bit of support into $3.40 now, but they're all loading up quite well, so we'll head up to Anthony Men.
War Hope. Righty, Cuba check. Okay, Mercedes, loading here for the second. War Hope is loaded. Now Cuba check. This will be the last one, in fact. So the McKill Tree Services Country Boost have made it. A lot to say. Short price favourite here, Jess Taylor for Brian Adams. The field is set at the 1,000. Ready. Stand by. Still holds them. Still holding them. War Hope. A bit edgy, better with there off the inside. Now we're right. Consorting one missed the start, and War Hope was also slow. A lot to say. The favourite came out in third position. Throw one in. Kubicek, the first two to begin. A lot to say is in third. Better with Bear going keen in fourth. Consorting one, and War Hope is the last one. So Kubicek and Throw one in, who's got the advantage of the rails. It's in second. A lot to say is in third. Oh, Better with Bear's over raced, showing his head about, and then came War Hope and Consorting one getting off the inside. So Throw one in and Kubicek, and a lot to say on their back. He's about to present now 3 wide. Better with Bears cut the corner. Consorting one and War Hope coming down the outside. Throw one in. Kubicek joined here by a lot to say, and then a length away to War Hope. A lot to say with the throw one in, who's not finished though. Throw one in, fighting back from a lot to say. Throw one in. A lot to say. Throw one in's in front from a lot to say. Throw one in. Today is the date for Throw one in. Start 24.
4-5.
A lot to say's run second. Better with Bear. Kubicek Consorting one. And War Hope.
Tuna!
Good on you, Mick. Win one from start 24. For throw one in, found the rails.
4-5-2.
That takes you a fair way here at the Sapphire Coast. And it was too good for the number 4, throw one in. Start number 24, win at number 1. 6.
Well, pretty happy.
One.
Daddy, I reckon, not to make it about myself, but I reckon I've tipped this horse 5 times throughout its career, about 20 to 1. I always threatened to win a race, but then just struggled, but was perfectly placed today.
It was perfectly placed. Look, she's been great. She's just got her own little vices, and she does most of her work over on the beach. And the beach has been a bit out of action, so she really hasn't done much since.
So what happened is that 5 was the linear that did not win. The 4 actually went through. Now I've made some changes with this sheet. The AP is gone now. We've got the HP and FP. We don't have the JDL. Now, what is happening here today is a preparation for tomorrow that we are going to check. At Randwick tomorrow. So if we look at what's going on, okay, so we lost almost all the races at Balat. I mean, I stepped out of all the races at Balat. The reason being is why, because the way they were playing. But then I ran the data through my system, and we were actually monitoring the JDL here. Okay, so we were monitoring the JDL, which we are still doing, but we are not monitoring anymore. We are using this data. Now, what this does is basically it shows the sectional timing and the way the track generally favors. So this is I don't know if you how many of us actually are into financial market, but in the financial market there is a thing called volume movement, which is measured by an indicator called MACD. Now that shows a little bit of volume movement. Now the thing is, in the financial market, it is not possible to identify where the volume is coming from. Now, this is the biggest problem in the financial market, where the volume is coming from. But I mean, if that was available, I think everybody is going to have a great day doing day trading, because we know where the volume is coming from. Is it from the retail user, or it is from the whales? It is from where? But here is the thing. That thing just surpasses the pressure line. I will explain this in a different video. I will explain this in a different video. If you look at what happened for 5-1, right? So this is tricky. This is speculation. This is something that we are going to try, and we will see if we are able to beat that 40%. Generally, we get 40%. Generally, on any given day, 40% of the favorites will get in. So if we put money on the favorites, that's 40%. We're trying to cross 40%. I have raced, and I have I think we can cross 40%, and with some strategic thinking, a little bit of strategic decision making, we can do that. So it all depends. It all depends on the track. It all depends on how they are going to put this thing in a way so that this works for us. It's tricky, but we will try and see that. But that's no, that 8 tuna, the kind of the thing is, tuna, I don't know where to start from, actually. I don't know where to start from, but here is my take. The reason people get into horse racing is because there's a lot of thrill in this game, right? There's a lot of thrill. Which horse is going to win? And we all have our own takes. We like the performance, we like the colors, we like the looks, we like what it has done in the last race. We do all that, and we all have our own preferences. globally. But the thing is this: all that we think is all against us. Whatever we are thinking is a thought that is inspired by some kind of emotion. What is that emotion? Either the emotion is the performance. No, I think it has great performance. It has done brilliant in the last race. That's an emotion. Color is an emotion. All that is emotion, and that goes against us. You can't be emotional. You can't be emotional with these people. I mean, the best thing to do is, I mean, the market, when we look at the market, which is favorite. Now, how the market works, is the market data pure? No, the market data is not pure. If that was the case, then everybody would win. I mean, that's how things are. If 99% of the people think that 5 is going to win, 5 should win. 99% of the people cannot be wrong. But that's the catch. Who are these 99% people? Where is this data coming from? Is this 99% people who are thinking that 5 is going to win is organic? Or is it somebody who has made it a favorite for his own interest? So those are the things that plays, and it is something that needs to be identified with numbers. It cannot be identified with emotions. It has to be identified with numbers. The biggest problem that we face in the financial market is we can see a chart. We can see, I don't know if you've seen a chart. I'll pull up a chart if you want. But when we look at the chart, there are certain things that you'll see that, there's a thing called volume movement. That means people are putting in money on that particular instrument or the stock. But there's no way to know who is putting that money. There's no way to know who is putting that money. Is that money has been put by Warren Buffett? Is that money is being put by Bill Gates? Is that money has been put by some other big company? There's no way to know that. And there's a reason why that data is not available, because it will influence the market. And that is why people lose. That's the catch. You see a volume movement. I mean, if you see a volume movement, you think, people are putting in money. People are putting in money. This is going to go in favor of us. Let's buy this and let's sell this by the end of the day. Sir, who is putting that money? That money is being put by the owner of the stock, maybe the company itself. And they will push it to a certain level and bam, they will pull it back. Your stop loss is not going to work. These are tricky places. It is. We'll see how it works at Randwick tomorrow. I'm very interested about Randwick tomorrow. I hope we get the feed at the right time, and we'll do that. Let's see, what was the fourth number? 4, 5, 1, and 2.
overcast day, pleasant though. 4 mils of rain overnight. That's kept the track at the heavy 9 range, rail of 8 metres. And we've got a short one at the first. Most coming up with it. $1.80, 2 fine me at first, well, all first starters, fine me from the Goblin Yard, $4.60. That's on tab. Now Headstrong goes in. Last 2 to come up are the stable mates, Walk On and She Can Soar. She Can Soar goes in for Sam Collins. CJ Graham brings up Walk On to the outside gate, barrier 8 of 8. And now we're set to jump on the third.
Lewis! Welcome back, Lewis, on 2.
First of 7 at Doomben, they're set. Bit of movement of the stalls. Now they steady. Should catch them any moment. They're ready to race and they're racing. Ah, the favourite came out badly. Walk On missed the start. So did She Can Soar. Bad start for favourite backers. What does CJ Graham do now? Meanwhile, let's see what's happening up at the top end. There's plenty of speed, and 5 million rolling towards the front, the second favourite.
Woo! Lewis, 2 is leading.
Walk On is not only wide, but it's racing unattractively, and CJ Graham has no option but to go forward. She's 4 and 5 wide. Goodness gracious. Then Headstrong, fit, full of my glam. Well back was What a Sort of She Can Soar as last. Eventually, Walk On got outside of 5 and has used petrol to get there. Ritualise eased to the third. Whispering Road fourth at the bend. A few lengths away, Headstrong. Under the pump was What a Sort, then Glam. And last of all was She Can Soar. In the home straight, 5 being led the way. Walk On's in a terribly hard rider, starting to feel the pressure. Coming up outside of the Ritualise. Wider was Whispering Road, putting in a fair rider, and Glam was the deepest runner. Walk On down, drops off, but a good finish coming up. Ritualise, 50 to go, took the lead. Headstrong railing, Whispering Road still there. It's Ritualise in front, and I'd say just one from Whispering Road and Headstrong. Then 5B, followed by Glam, followed by What a Sword, She Can Soar. And all went wrong for Walk On today. A last finish.
6 Ritualise has got there in a narrow finish. Wilson Taylor and Stuart Kendrick. Well done, Stuart.
3285.
With number 6 has just held off the 19 Whispering Rogue, and then closer to the inside was the 4 Headstrong. So across the line they will be a number 6, 19 and 4. I've got a further photo for 4th, and that's a close go between the 2 and the 10. So we'll get to that. In the meantime, our odds-on favourite, Walk On, Trainwreck. We're going to show you a replay of the start. So he's ahead on. Watch the horse in the outside barrier in the orange colours with the lilac cap. And we'll see what happens here. All right. Drawn out. And Walk On just jumped awkwardly, really. There wasn't a lot in it on the head-on. On the side-on, it was probably a 2-length missing at the start, but you just see his legs went everywhere and he didn't know what it was all about. And after that, you can see his head get up here, high head carriage. He didn't want to be behind horses. CJ had a torrid run on him, and you can see she's had to check off heels there, get to the outside. And eventually, the only option he had was to let him rush around and sit outside the lead, and gee, the damage has been truly done. So a lot to learn with our favourite Walk On. He just did too much wrong there, but that can happen, especially with 2-year-olds, particularly their first start. And Kelly Schweeder will no doubt go back to the drawing board with him and get him sorted for another day. But in the meantime, Kian, we're looking at the favourite. What went wrong? What went right was that Ritualise under Wilson Taylor got the job done.
Yeah, and just a little bit underestimated in the market because the trial was good, Bailey. I was just saying he did everything right in transit. He travelled beautifully. He was just a little bit lost when he was let off the bridle.
Yeah, obviously a bit of race experience will help that, but he's shown a bit at the trials. He had one late last year, then we were going to ready to run him, but opted to keep him. And yeah, he trialled up good and had a jump out.
This is the third one, class 2, same distance. If you look at the odds, 3, 2, 8 and 5. 3, 2, 8 and 5. If we look through the rails, that's 3, 2, 8 and 5. All right. Now, the problem is 3 is the favorite. 3 is not the linear. 2 is the linear. All right. So if we were to race like this, we would take in 2 as the linear. But none of these numbers are strong enough. None of these numbers are strong enough. Now, if we look through the pressure points here, 2 has the highest pressure point. No doubt it is the linear. But is that actually the pressure point? No, that is not the actual pressure point. The actual pressure point is here, which is a neutral. 6. Then probably 8. So this is the linear. I mean, the thing is, this is the linear, but this is not a strong linear. Now, I generally have seen the linears that actually work are within the range of 150 to 250. This is about 450. This was 380. This is about 450. This definitely is not a winning number. This linear is not strong, but they are within the rails. So this is what we have done so far, that looking at the linear, I would have gone blindly with the 2 and lost it. Probably. I would have gone blindly with the 2 and lost it, probably. Because 49%, 8 races. But it always occurred, what is the right number? What is the right number for this to win? I know this is a weak number, but what is a strong number? I don't know. That's an assumption that 150 to 250 is a strong number. But this is 450. So the 380 kind of lost. If we look at the pressure points, from here it is looking this one. But from here, the pressure point is with 6 and 8. Wherein 8 has a good jockey. 6 is from gate number 3. So I am not going to play this. I'm just sharing my thoughts. So I'm not going to play this, but that's what the data is. I will not play this until and unless they play a decent race without this. I'm not going to play this until and unless they play a decent race without this. This is not looking great. It's a class 2, and look at the pressure. Look at the numbers. The largest drift, 5. Okay, that should come in second. If we look at the gate 4, either gate number 5, which is 9, which is an EW, or gate number 3, which is this one, 6, 3. So this is supposed to come in second. That's the highest drift, and that drift is a very, very weird drift, because we've seen a drift like this in one of the tracks we were playing in last 1 week. Generally it is 4 figure. This has gone to 5 figure. So there's a lot of effort on this horse. There's a lot of effort on this horse to put it on the second position. But the question is, which one is the first? 3 is the favorite. That number is a loose number. This has been put in as a neutral. Generally, neutrals don't win. So we'll see how it works. Ideally, you know, what should happen? Ideally, if we did not have this one, if we did not have this particular column, we would take in 2. So ideally, 2 should win. 2 wins, and then 5 is the second horse pool. That should be the thing. Or 2 wins and 9 gets in as an EW. These 2 are acceptable. 2 and 5, 2 and 9 are acceptable. But if the 6 wins, then we are probably not at the right place. Rank 3 looks good. 3 looks good, but that's the thing. Frank, welcome back, Frank. We'll see what happens. 3 ideally should not win, Frank. Honestly. If it plays right, it's a class 2. All right. The previous one was a maiden. I understand. Maiden races can go here and there. 5 and 4 worked. That's a separate thing. But in this case, you know, it's a class 2. Ideally, the linear should win. Ideally, the linear should win. But if that 6 wins, then, sir, we have to be very careful at this track.
Field here, he gets through the heavy ground. He's placed on it once before, and I think that will seem hard to catch. The 3 is our favourite Rapana for Luke Pepper and Brodie Loy. Certainly a deserved favourite. She's only had the 3 starts overall, but only 2 this preparation since joining Luke's stables, and she's won both of them. She's showing a lot of determination and grit to be able to get over the top of her competitors, and she looks like a mare that's got a bit of upside. The heavy track is an unknown and draws slightly awkward, but having a quick chat to Brodie Lloyd just before, and he was quite confident with the chances, which adds confidence for punters. The 4's out, so we go to the 5, Selhurst Park, for Mike Gaddy and Olivia Chambers. Mike, who trained the winner of the last race there, and throw one in. He's a horse that certainly doesn't win out of turn. He's only 2 wins from 37 starts, but in saying that, he never finishes all that far away. Last start, they took him to Kembla over 1200, a benchmark 64, and he was beaten there only 5 lengths. I think coming back to a more suitable race in 1,000 metres with a bit of speed on here, he can find the line. The 6 is Serial Offender for Maddie Dale and Ruby Haylock, claiming 2. She's only a little filly. I think he's probably over the odds a little bit here. She's right up on her toes coming past me now. Look, last preparation, well, her first couple of preparations, early days, they were riding her up on the speed, and she wasn't finishing her races off very well, but towards the end of her last preparation, they started riding her a bit quiet, and it saw her keep finding the line quite strongly. And now, first up, she went to Goulburn, and she was beaten 6 lengths there in ordinary conditions, but the winner did win by 3 lengths. So I think that makes her run look better than what it was. And the horse that ran 3rd in the race, Il Pasiro, has came out and won at Canberra since. So I think that was a much stronger race than what she faces here. I think with really good speed on, she can find the line well. The 7 is Kikamushu, one of Teresa Badot's runners. Karai Keating's getting the ride here. She's in there that's second up. She battled okay first up at Tyree on a heavy 9 over the 1,000 metres, beaten only 3 lengths. I probably would have preferred to see her at the 1,200 second up, just because her only win did come at the 1,400. She's nice and relaxed alongside the pony, though. The 9 is Apache Deal, first up for Darrell Rolfe and Damon Butler from a yard perspective.
We need way better commentators. We need way better commentators. These people, they're doing the same thing that they've been doing for ages. They don't talk numbers. They just talk about what has happened in the past race. All gibberish, Hebrew. What does that mean if the leader has won by 3 lengths?
Should get a chance. She's an on-pace runner that gets the soft draw barrier 2 here. Teresa, we'll catch up with you. You've always got plenty of runners to discuss here at the Sapphire Coast, and two here, both look good chances. We'll start with the 7 Kickamoosh, who was good enough first time.
Yeah, good sound effort there at Tari. Probably a horse that appreciates getting over a little bit further, but just she's not a horse that I like trialling very much at Kembla, so I took her to town for a soft trial and then took her to Tari, so she's probably still benefiting in fitness. So this will have her ready to step up a bit further. She appreciates the wet tracks. 1,000 might be a touch short for her, but if they overdo it in front, she gets the right running chance, then she's not without a hope.
And your other runners seen a bit of support in this race, Arabian Sue. To be frank, I couldn't quite work it out.
Well, you actually won them first start on her, and then struggling since. I know, well, it was highly disappointing since then. But yeah, like first up here a couple of weeks ago, like she literally had one little jump out up the back straight, so she was literally here for a trial and ran out of her skin. Just the addition of the crossover, she just wanted to go a little bit hard on herself last prep, and done a lot of work with her at home, and the crossover definitely seemed to help in that soft draw, which she's got again today. Again, she's probably better over a little bit further, but I think she just gets that nice cosy run. She hasn't raced on a heavy track, but she did trial very well on a heavy track at Hawkesbury going into last preparation. I know it's different come race day pressure, but I think she'll handle the conditions. And yeah, look, I think Luke Pepper's horse is very smart and the obvious horse to beat. But yeah, like if she gets the right run, she's not without a chance.
And as I mentioned earlier, I know you have a lot of other runners, but the only other one I'll ask you about comes up in the next race, Sassy Missile.
Yeah, I thought she was well over the odds, actually. It was a nice run here first up. Again, she'd only come here with one soft trial under her belt.
Azad, stay out. Stay out. Let's see how they play a benchmark. This is a class 2. Let's first figure it out whether it is a place where we want to risk it or not. Let's just figure that thing out. My recommendation is stay out. Watch.
She's a horse that gets back anyway, so the barrier won't be too much of an issue. But yeah, no, I thought she was
3 is the favourite.
one of my better chances, and thought she was a little bit over at the odds.
Blinkers switched on.
Yeah, well, she's just giving away a little bit at the start. She sort of just switches off a little bit too much early. So working the blinkers the other day, she worked well with them. So yeah, just hoping that it just switches her on that little bit early, so that she's not giving away quite so much start.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Hopefully we're talking to Teresa.
We have taken a lot of beating from the neutral horses. We've taken a lot of beating from the neutral horses.
My late male here. Look, was happy initially, I should say, to take on Rapana, just not knowing
6 is
through the heavy track. But the punters quite like her here.
Yeah, please. Tuna, stay out. Azar 6 is a speculation. It's a neutral one. We just need to see if they're doing what we are assuming that they are doing.
First 4 spot, but I think he's got good natural early toe. The way he rolled
6 is a speculation.
I think he'll be able to get across comfortably here. He's had one run on the heavy track for a second. And I think he can give a great sight here. From the 6, Serial Offender, I think she's over the odds. This is that race at Goulburn that she contested.
It's probably 6 or 8.
Worth noting, the winner did win by 3 lengths.
I mean, ideally it should be 2.
That was much harder than she faces today.
But
in for third, I put the 3, Rapana. Very hard trying there. I mean, my only knock is that it's hard to go 3 in a row.
Neutral far from the rails is also a tricky.
For 4th, I put the 5, Selhurst Park, who I think will appreciate the good speed on here, and back to 1,000 metres, a more suitable race. He always seems to find the line. So I've gone 2, 6, 3, 5. Our favourite, Rapana.
They've taken 6. They're talking 6.
240 out to 310.
They're talking 6.
She's the queen of the Sapphire Coast. She's Teresa Bader. A couple of runners.
They're talking 6.
For Sapphire Coast meeting, which doesn't go home with a winner. The Arabian Sue having good support here, with just Tara Bordiva had a few runs between the most two, haven't they?
So that's a statutory thing. That's a statutory thing.
Selhurst Park have been a firm here, 8 into 6. Serial Offender 10. Got 2 as much as 14, now 11. A little late support, and Kickamoosh has been a drifter, 11 out to 15. Won't out. Has to be at both big odds and haven't attracted too much support. But Rapana just narrowly clinging on to favourite here over Arabian Sue, who continues to firm. A fair bit of speed in this race, Caleb.
Frank 3-8 win. Eight is within the rails, Frank. So eight has more chances than six. Six is neutral. It's a very speculative one. Six.
Without pressure, Rapana will have to come across with him, draw just inside him, rained out from soft draw.
It's a good one, Frank.
Holding a spot.
3 and 8 is a good one.
Arabian Service, we just heard from Teresa, probably would hopefully try to box seat there from barrier 1. So our first 2 leaders have won.
Three through the rails, 8 with the pressure.
In the day, but that is fact. So if that's anything to go off, I think it could be a race to find the lead here in our first furlong. So they're all loading up quite well now. Arabian Suit will start our favourite into $3.20. We'll head up to Anthony Mann.
Wagga this prep, going great for Luke Pepper and Brody Loy. And Miss Kiros will be the last one. So Rapana takes up her spot. Their new favourite, number 8, Arabian Sue's the new favourite, so they've had a good go at this. Number 8, Jess Taylor for Teresa Bader.
There's a huge disadvantage for 6 is the physics of this race. That's the biggest disadvantage. Plus, it is the neutral.
One of the first to begin is Skiros from a wide gate. Rapana's in third, trying to slot in somewhere. Arabian Sue pokes through on the rails. And then Serial Offender, being followed by Selhurst Park, Apache Deal. And the last one is Kikamoo Shoe. Rained Out led the way here. Is Kiros got the second, 600 to go. Arabian Sue and Rapana, the favourites. They're alongside each other, third and fourth.
That's a 7-year-old mare, the 10.
Rapana, who's come off the bit on the turn. Then came Serial Offender from Kikamoo Shoe and Selhurst Park to the outside. Eskiros took over from Rained Out, 300 to go. Arabian Sue giving chase. Rapana just whacking away. And Kikamoo Shoes run past it. Iskiros, 150 to go. Rained Out's in second.
2 linear wins.
It's Iskiros in front, 100 to go. There's a wall chasing, but Iskiros goes on to win second. Went 2.
2-7.
Just battled away for third there. Then came Arabian Sue from Serial Offender, Selhurst Park, Rained Out, and Apache Deal. Skiros, the winner, up outside the leader.
2-7.
And it's been too good for them, number 2. Pierre Bouvilla for Scott Collins, number 2. Skiros, the winner. The gelding by Magna Gracia, 3-year-old. And
2-7.
the whole way there and been too good for them. He dashed away at the top of the straight and has gone on to win comfortably. Win 3 from start 9. He's building a tiny record now. Number 2.
Well, he's been very consistent, although I imagine quite frustrating at times, but he's put it all together his last couple.
Yeah, no, he has. He's put it together his last couple. He's been very consistent and, you know, he should have won his maiden back at the Big Carnival and he ended up winning it by default anyway.
Exactly. And you've swapped the winkers for the blinkers. Has that been a key or he's just getting it together?
I think it might have helped him a bit, but I think he's just really starting to learn what it's all about. You know, he's shown at home that he's above average. It's just been frustrating to get it out of him.
Is it 1,000 metres see him out?
He's won over 1,100, so I reckon 11 to 1,000 at the moment, yeah.
Well, he's certainly building up a nice little record. We must touch on tomorrow. I'm actually surprised to see you here, not joining in the festivities of tonight.
No, I'm not joining the festivities tonight. Horse comes first, so, you know, we can't have her any better for tomorrow. She's probably not the best horse in the race, but she tries very hard.
Must have been happy enough with the draw?
Yeah, I think the draw's perfect.
So you head up tonight?
No, not just tomorrow morning, just like we normally do with her.
So I've set you a big task, Sapphire Coast to Sydney. Very exciting. Well done here and all the best tomorrow, Scotty.
Cheers, thank you.
Certainly helps to be on a winning roll, rolling into obviously them having Tickle Belly in the Country Championship final tomorrow, and Pierre obviously retains the ride there, and he certainly is a jockey riding full of confidence at the moment. I thought he rode that horse an absolute treat then. Obviously drew wide, but the horse has good natural ability. I thought he was taking his time, coming across maybe too much, but should have had a bit more faith in him. He got across outside the leader quite comfortably, held the horse together, and he's given a good kick. Interesting to hear Scotty's thoughts on him, feeling like he works.
2738.
Obviously, Scotty's got a stable full of nice horses, so for him to have that opinion of him, we certainly may see him go on to win something a bit better. Is that
So what happened? 2 was the linear. Ideally 2 should win. Three, we spoke about the 5, but that number is a desperate number. We've seen 4-digit numbers. That's a 5-digit number. 7 was the actual number, the organic. This is an artificial number. This is an artificial number. This is organic. So 2 wins, the largest drift, 2, 7, then 3 with the rails, and then 8. Fair. We'll play the next one, which is benchmark 58. But this will keep monitoring. We are going to do this tomorrow. It is kind of tricky to understand when they are going to do what, but we're getting there slowly. 2, 9, 1, and 8. Two, 9, 1, and 8.
And we just spoke to Scotty then, obviously won over 1100 to 8,000. I asked if that saw him out. Do you think he will get out over a bit further?
Yeah, look, he's still the keen kind of horse, so you've got to be able to not leave him alone for him to show his best. So I think he's probably ready to go back over 11 or maybe 12, but I think that's going to be about as far as he will go.
I know you've been asked many a times, but you must be excited about tomorrow. What are you doing going from Sapphire Coast to Sydney?
Well, for now I'm at Sapphire Coast, so I'll focus at today. I'll think about tomorrow on time, tomorrow. Don't stress me out.
Good attitude. Well done, Pierre. He's a lovely bloke, and as I said, a real testament to hard work and where that can get you, because he's absolutely flying and making the most of all of his opportunities, and he's ridden a great race there to get his Curios over the line. So he's won by 2 1/4 lengths by a length. 2, 7, 3, 8 for race 3.
Don't stress him out, Carla. Fair dinkum. Poor old Pierre. He's got to get through the day first, and then he'll head up to Sydney. It's a good old drive from the Sapphire Coast to Sydney. I know you're doing it. Pierre's doing it. Scotty Collins is doing it. So there'll be a procession up the coast to Randwick. It's the country champs final, and Tickle Belly going around at $31 currently with Tab. And this mare, the last 4, so I always thought she was just a bit of a speedy squib, Tickle Belly. So we just lead them up and just run them off their legs. But she's trying to do it a bit differently, I think, this campaign. And the last 2 runs have been over the 1400 metres. She got that elusive 1400 metre win last start at Gold. Good style. And who knows, she might be able to surprise a few and run a nice race at odds tomorrow. Certainly getting a price to find out. In form here.
Okay, so what we have through the odds for the that was the third one. Three, 2, 8, 5. 2, 7, 3, 8. Two, 9, 1, and 8. Take a look at the odds once more. This is race number 4. It's 2, 9, 1 and 8. 2, 9, 1 and 8. Okay, so that 2 is the favorite. It is the linear. But it is not within the rails. Winning is difficult. Winning is difficult. Now, what are the possibilities that will happen? If the linear is tricky, the linear is not going to win, but it will get a place. Definitely. Second, third. It is not going to win. Then where is the advantage? How this will work? So if we again look through this, the 9 comes up, but it is a neutral. 1 is in the best hands. It's one of the larger drifts. The highest drift is 5. So winning for a neutral is difficult. Winning for a thing is difficult. That's for sure. Ten is through the rails, so 10 has both side of the rails. It's got the thing. It'll also get a place probably. So 9 is a neutral. I don't know whether it'll work or not. 1 is with the other pressure point. 5 is the largest drift. Things that might happen is 1 and 5 probably. I'm going to stay out since the linear is not within the rails. I'm not going to get into it. Things that might happen is 1 and 5. 1 and 9. These two possibilities. 1 and 9, 1 and 5, but probably 1 is going to win. Because this is so if we just visualize the thing that generally happens, okay, that generally happens. If nothing works, all right, now this is the linear, which is in a tricky position. It is not in a winning position because it doesn't have the rails. So if we go through this, then we get these two horses. Okay, the 8 is an EW, which is the lowest probably, and these 7 and 10. So 10, out of which 7 is a 9-year-old mare, which we are going to stay out of, but 10 is a 5-year-old mare. If we look through the rails, that thing is through the rails, so definitely 10 is a place. Pressure is with 9 and 1. 9 is a neutral, but that brings us to then this one, or this one. This one is tricky. They all are tricky. 45 races, 67 races. So I don't know that'll work, but 10 definitely is a threat. So 10, I mean, if we look at these two horses, 8, which is the EW, probably, and the 11, both are 7-year-old. The other horse that has a little strong number is 7, which is a 9-year-old. Now, out of these two horses, one has 67 races, one has 45 races. They both have done nothing in their entire lifetime. So that is tricky. This one is 28 races. It has certain numbers that are going on. So 10 is a check. So probably 10, I mean 10 has a lot of advantage through the rails as well. So 10 is definite place. But out of these two, 9 and 1, if we try and understand what's going on, 9 is a neutral with a huge pressure point going on. So but it is a neutral. And 1 is one of the outer drift, which is not the largest drift. The largest drift is 5. So if we try to understand the layout, we've got 5, 6, and 7. Those are the gate numbers. This is where the race is. 5, 6, and 7. Out of which, if we take a look at the BB, then 10 is the highest BB with I mean the lowest BB. So this horse is a heavy horse. It's anyway a heavy horse, and it is 1200 meters. So, and it is through the rails. So 10, then probably 5 and 1. 9 is a neutral. So 9, whether it has pressure or not, it doesn't matter, but the 9 I doubt will get in, but the 10 is a check. I'm not going to get into it. It is not something that is there. So if we do that math, then we also have to talk about this linear. The linear will get in. How the linear will get in? Is it going to get the 3rd position or the 4th position? Because the drift is going to work. So if 10 wins, then the drift, one of the 7 is going to be there. So the possibilities change here, that it is going to be 10 with the larger drift and 2. 10, 5, 2 and 1, probably 10, 5, 2 and 1. But that's way too much of exposure. That's way too much of exposure. This is a rural track, and I am not going to get into it because I do not have a clarity. I do not have a clarity. This thing, I don't know on you know, if they're playing genuine. This one played genuine. Okay, the 2 is supposed to win. The 2 won. This number was fictitious. This got in. So here, they don't look like there is a lot of hard work going on with any of the numbers, but this is a tricky number to win as well. So the advantage is there. The 10 definitely has a solid advantage in this race, and if we do our own thing, the maths that we do is 10, 5, then probably the linear, the 3rd position. But that should be it. 10, 5, 2 and maybe 1. after that, or 9 with the pressure. Neutral. So the question is between these two horses, out of which one is definitely in a better hand. So 9 is out anyways because it is neutral. So 10, 5, 2, and 1. Maybe, but having said that, they're all like that. Will they deliver? Will they not? Is this played right? Is this played wrong? We'll figure it out. Out.
Now a short half head by 1 3/4. So Roddy just getting a photo taken there with the owner and trainer and strapper. Good job. No, we will get him eventually, I promise you. Michael Rod, of course, he's been back now for probably 6 months from his injury. Riding fairly light too at the moment. He was down on one the other day at 55, I reckon. So
I'm going to be back from the washroom in a jiffy.
Still managed to get We'll have a chat to CJ later today too and find out what happened in the first race with Guok on. If you're just joining us, Guok on had an absolute shocker in the first from that outside gate. Missed the start, over-raced badly, was sent to the front and ran out of gas late. But here comes Michael now. Michael, we'll grab you quickly, mate. Obviously, a handful to ride, but got the job done.
Yeah, he's got a few quirks, I was told before the race, but he wasn't too bad. It didn't help when the pace came out of the race and started to make a bit of a run around him. But it was quite a good win in the end because he was there waiting for him, and then he finally saw the horse on the inside. He kicked again. I just saw the replay then. I don't know how my number's in the frame, but I'll take it.
Well, just talking to Lindsay before, like during the race, he asked his neck beautifully, like stayers do, and it's only when he comes under pressure that things go all right.
Yeah, I just tried to ride him hands and heels for as long as I could, especially in the wet and coming around that turn there. You've got to try and help him. The one that once I got down the dip and started riding him along, he felt like he was sort of heading in the right direction. And once I got stuck into it, it was good. It's good to see him kicking. Good for a great group of owners and for Lindsay.
Absolutely, Michael. Well done.
Thank you, mate.
Yeah, Michael Rod winning a jockey there for race number 2. Those numbers 6, 8, 10 and 7 as we head back to Jason in the studio.
So thanks, Joycey. Thanks, Kian. There it is. 6, 8, 10, 7. Ronaldo $6. Trifecta $78.40. The first horse paid $3.02 on the new tab. Wrap it up at $3.40 for Michael Rod wins at race number 2. We'll take a short break before we get back to Kayla. The Sapphire.
Back.
Well, as in the yard for the fourth at the Sapphire Coast. It's a 58 benchmark over 1200. Still on a heavy 9 track after starting on that track rating. Snowy's unbeaten, a 4-year-old Hellbent mare at a Snow Secret. The Joseph Jones team, after 2 wins on the bounce at the sprint of last year. She comes back here after one trial. It's been 170 to 180. Vegas Dream. Totals on top selection for Mitch Beers, 6 into $5. Certainly gone around and been competitive and harder than this. And that does pretty well placed under conditions here. The American Pharaoh 4-year-old, third up today. The 1.5 kilo apprentice support. Starbling's also in the mix at $5. A bit of money for Geo Storm, that came a bit earlier. 8 into $6.50 and Variah. $12 chance. So let's head out to Kale. She recorded this, I think.
Race 4 at the Sapphire Coast is the build set benchmark 58, ran over the 1,209 metres. We've had 3 scratchings here. We kick off the yard with the one, a horse I quite like here in Vegas Dream for Mitch Beer and Holly Durnan, claiming 1.5 kilos. She's made the trip down just for this one ride. Look, I think it's fair to say he's 2 runs back. This preparation has been a little bit underwhelming, but they've certainly been in harder grade. I do think today he has the opportunity to roll forward and get right up on the speed, and importantly, he likes a heavy track. He's had the 5 starts for 2 wins and a third. I think he can plough through this ground and he gets every chance to be able to get another win on the board. The 2 is Snowy, a deserved favourite, who is first up for the Joseph Jones team, and Claire Ramsbotham claiming 2. Sees they carry only 59 kilos after the claim. Look, she had the 2 starts last preparation where she was excellent in both of them, being able to win both. She showed a lot of professionalism. She did everything right. Around a couple of tricky tracks too, well, one at least at Gundagai. I expect her to be stronger from a spell. She parades very fit and she's lovely and relaxed here. The 3 and 4 scraps, so we go to the 5. Sassy Missile for Teresa Bader and Jess Taylor. She looks lovely, this horse, just walking past me now. I give her a bit of a chance here. I thought her first up run was good in restricted room at the track and distance. Last preparation, they started stepping her out over further after a first up attempt, which was good as well. And she just didn't seem to run it out that well, but I like that they've kept her at the 1,200 metres second up. I think the blinkers for the first time are real positive here, and she's also placed on the heavy track. And we spoke to Teresa earlier, who gave her a good push. The 7 is Fantini for Paul Murray and Olivia Chambers. This is her first run with Paul, was formerly with Sarah Murray Leslie, so she has been 7 weeks since her last start, where she was beaten 4 lengths at Braidwood. She is a mare that never finishes far away, and 1,200 I think can help. Probably would prefer a bit better ground. The 8 is Geo Storm for Greg Stevens from Rebecca Bronner Pride. He's a gelding that's got good early speed, but he is a bit one pace to go with it. So for that reason, I do think he's at his best over a bit further, and he may find a bit of pressure with the speed underneath him here from the wide draw, which may make it a bit hard for him to cross. The 9 here is Starbling for Nick Olive and Karai Keatings. She's a nice fit-looking filly. She's just gotten slightly up on her toes, not over the top, but she looks ready to go here. First up and first run, as I said, was previously with Lou Mary, brings Tamworth Scone form. She's only had the short career and she's shown more than enough, I thought. She seems to always find the line well from back in the field a little bit. She's placed her on the start on the heavy track, so that holds no concerns. And she may find herself actually a bit closer in the run from barrier 1. She's a bit of a standout in the yard too. The 10 is Variah for Jamie Stewart and Ruby Haylock, her usual rider, claiming 2 kilos. She's a very on-speed, hard-trying mare. She was great running second last start. The weights are definitely in her favour here. She gets right down to 53.5, and a few of the chances are right up in the weights. The 11 is the last of our runners, Vintage Barossa for Claire Mansell and Jess Brooks. He looks excellent too for a 7-year-old gelding. He's pretty proud, trotting around the yard here. He's third up and should be peaking fitness-wise, but he has struggled in his 2 runs back to date. But this is an easier race for him to improve. We're here with Nick Olive, who has an interesting runner in this race, a Star Bling, having her first run for you, Nick. I thought she showed enough in her short career so far.
Yeah, look, she's shown some good form with her previous trainer, Lou Mary, up at Scone. Trialled really well the other day.
comes here on a heavy track, drawn one, probably get back a little bit in the field. So a little bit of question mark on, how things are going to suit her today. But the horse is in great order and she's been working very well.
We were just discussing that her pattern has been. Well, she seems to be a bit slow into stride. Would you like to try and hold her closest foot if she can?
Yeah, I've told Cry to be super positive out and try and be a little bit more forward on it today.
Quite a few other runners today. In race 6, you've got Extravagant Choice, who looks a terrific chance to get the winkers again.
Yeah, he's been racing terrific, this horse. Been a bit unlucky in a couple of runs, working well, doing everything right, and loves the wet track. And I think he'll get his chance today.
And then in race 7, you've got 2 runners. Final comment, probably find this a bit short first up.
Yeah, he obviously gets out to 2,000 metres, but look, he's had a couple of good trials and going well, and exceedingly hot in the same race. Won really well Wagga the other day, and I think he's trained on nicely.
So good luck.
Thanks, Kayla.
Certainly has a few good chances here, but she's an interesting runner, this little Star Bling. I was of the same opinion of her replay. She certainly seems a filly that doesn't have a lot of early speed, which may be to her disadvantage here. But on fresh legs, change of scenery, barrier 1, she may naturally find herself a little bit closer. But we'll see. My late mail, I'm gone with the 1, Vegas Dream. Look, I initially had Snowy as one of my best bets of the day, but when we woke up to a heavy track, I just thought this horse, at his best, he's got probably a fair bit of ability. I know he's not at his best or hasn't been in his 2 runs back this preparation, but he hasn't been terrible, and they've been in races that are much harder than what he's facing today. And as I said, this heavy track just brings him right into it. I think if Holly shows good determination to be able to roll forward, which he can show good early speed, I think that will see him in this for a long way. From the 2, Snowy, it's a lovely mare. She's lovely and relaxed and looks ready to go first up here. Just not knowing if she'll get through this wet ground like what we saw in our favourite in the last with Rapana. Just saw me demote her a little bit. In for 3rd, I put the 9, Star Bling. I'm certainly expecting her to run on. The heavy track holds no concerns, just where she'll get to in the run. And in for 4th, I put the 5, Sassy Missile. We spoke to Teresa earlier and she thought she was over the odds, and I'm of the same opinion. I think keeping her at the 1,200 off the back of a good run first up, the addition of blinkers, we know she gets through the wet ground. I think she's got a bit in her favour. So my late mail is 1,295. What's the market doing, Jason?
Well, Kayla, I suppose somewhat ironically, Snowy's never seen wet ground, so we can't make too many opinions, I suppose, about her ability to get through it or not. She has trialled and raced well on good ground, hasn't she? So hasn't deterred punters. $1.70, rock solid in the betting. We touched 180 back to 170, now into 165. So punters all over this mare, Snowy, to make it 3 for 3 today for Joseph Jones' team. Vegas Dream and Geostorm are now equal second picks. In fact, 3 equal second picks now, with Sapling suddenly adrift. Vegas Dream's been fairly solid, 6, tucked 5, back out to 650. Geostorm was spec early 8 to 650, it's remained there. Star Bling started to drift now, 480 to 650, and may not have finished drifting. And Varia's been 12 to 19. Sassy Missiles drifted as well, 19 to 21. So there certainly hasn't been anything backed to beat this favourite, Kayla. Punters are undeterred, and they think Snowy can continue on a winning way.
Yeah, which isn't too surprising. I mean, the fact that she could do that in her first racing preparation, what she did, as I said, debut was actually at this track and distance at the Sapphire Coast over the 1,200, and she was up on the speed and very impressive there. And then they took her to Gundagai to next start, which can be a very tricky track for older horses, let alone lightly raced horses, and she scooted around that and won impressively again. So you'd think as a lightly raced mare, she can only be better getting into a second preparation. And as I just made mention of a couple of times before, her parade, you couldn't have been happier with her there. She was lovely and relaxed, and she certainly looked fit enough and ready to go. So I certainly won't be surprised to see her bob up and win first up here, but I'm just happy to go with the disclosed heavy track form here with Vegas Dream. Look, he certainly needs to find a bit more if they roll forward. He might be good enough to be able to get another win on the board. We're all starting to load up quite well now. Our favourite is now into $1.65. Snowy. We'll head up to Anthony Mann.
Now, Varia, Fantini, Vegas Dream, and Geostorm. There's 4 to load. Vegas Dream down from Kembla. Varia with Fantini. It's changed hands a few times, this mare Fantini. She's now with Paul Murray. Fantini comes up.
Seven. Seven is a 9-year-old mare.
Through the load. 165 about Snowy, so
But
short here.
possible.
But the inside gate.
Anything
three
is
races
possible.
down. And all winners have either led or sat outside the leader. 2 outside the leader and 1 on the fence. Snowy's got the inside gate. So Vegas Dream takes a bid spot. Geo Storm, the last one. A former local Geo Storm.
One. Frank.
Snell for Bob.
One.
Matt and Paul. Gone in close. They're ready. They're off. Snowy came away well about midfield. Varia and Vegas Dream were the first 2 to begin. Geo Storm and Star Bling. They're sharing 3rd and 4th. And then came Snowy through the pack into 5th position from Fantini, who's out wide, and Vintage Barossa on the rails. Sassy Missile is the last one. Vegas Dream had crossed to find the rails here. 800 metres left to go. Geo Storm outside the leader, and Varia handed up, landed leaders back 3rd, and Snowy the favourite 4th. Fantini 5th, but it's 3 wide, and then Star Bling 3 pairs back. Vintage Barossa and Sassy Missile past the 600. And Vegas Dreams had it pretty cheaply through the middle stages. Leads the way Geo Storm. Fantini's out there 3 wide. Varia and Snowy on the back of the leaders, and then Star Bling, Vintage Barossa and Sassy Missile. 300 to go. Vegas Dream with a kick, got rid of Geo Storm, then Varia, Snowy and Fantini and Star Bling threading its way through the field. 200 to go. Vegas Dream, 2 in front. Star Bling might be the danger. Vegas Dream a length and a half to Star Bling. Vegas Dream from Star Bling. Vegas Dream doing enough.
One. Tuna.
Star Bling, Snowy, Geo Storm, Varia, and then came Sassy Missile, Fantini and Vintage Barossa. Holly Durnan for Mitch Beer down from the Kimberley Range. Number 1, Vegas Dream, 2 good for the mare with 3 from start number 14. And straight to the front for Holly, and another leader home here at the Sapphire Coast. 4 races down, and all winners in the first 2 round the corner. Another leader home. Number 1,
1-9.
Mitch Beer, Holly Durn, and the 4-year-old by
1-9. Then I don't know what. 1-9.
Run second. Star Bling, Karaya King.
Probably 2.
By Star Turn.
After that.
For 1 win.
1-9-2.
3 minors, and we're waiting on a
Or 10.
third. It's 1-9 and a photo. Number 1, Vegas Dream, Holly Durn and Mitch Beer, the 4-year-old by American Pharaoh. That's his 3rd win from start 14. And Mitch Beer making the trip down from Kimberley Grange with only 1 horse this afternoon. 1-9 and a further photo after race 4.
Brilliant, Frank. The favourite was not in a position to win. That is for sure.
He's been a well-performed galloper Vegas Dream in the past.
Very well thought, Frank. Very well thought.
But it's a good ride by Holly, as Anthony just said. 4 races down now, and 4 horses run up on top of the speed have been what a winning. And she was able to get across reasonably comfortable. And then when she did get there, she just really controlled the tempo. Lovely, actually, and it saw Vegas Dream give a good kick. We know he swings, and he's been able to win there, paying $6.30 and $1.80 at the place. I thought Starling, that was an excellent first up run, and a horse that would probably be better getting out over a little bit further by the looks of it, just the way that she's a little bit slow into the bridle, but she travelled quite well today, and she ran on really well and pays $1.80. The 2, Snowy, I thought had its chance and was good enough first up. Another one that perhaps will be more comfortable getting back on top of the ground. It pays $1.10. And Geo Storm, a horse that gets better out over further, he does for sure. He got up on the speed there, and he's stuck on quite well to run into 4th. But it's been a good result. Obviously, no Mitch Beer today, which is no real surprise. I'm sure he was sitting at home enjoying Kembla. It's a long way down to Sapphire Coast, and probably
1-9, 2 and 8.
To this coming to, which is probably fair enough, as I mentioned. And Holly making the trip all the way from Wagga, actually, just for the one ride. I did see she'd...
So what happened is this, that one nine, two of the highest pressure lines, right? Two was the linear with the lowest pressure line. 192 and 8. 8 was an EW. Anyway, that happened. But the 9 could have won this if it was not a neutral. Two had no chance.
Obviously based down at Wagga for Gary Colvin, but when you
Congratulations, Frank. Brilliant job.
get the opportunities in the next district, and for her that'll be with Mitch Beard at Kembla. So she's ridden that horse a treat there, and that's 1, 9, 2 and 8 officially over the line for race 4.
The 10 is actually a donkey.
Congratulations to her and to Mitch. Sure that'll kick her along no end. See a pretty Vegas Dream, and a good tip as well, Carter. You've got to be prepared to pot the odds on you sometimes, and certainly we're able to do that today and get Vegas Dream home at a nice price, the $6.30. One ride for the days.
Falcon Icon.
Jock's head a long way for one ride. You know they're going to give it if it's possible. Starblend, Snowy.
6, 1, 5 and 7.
We'll take a look at Doomman, which is getting closer. Not too far away for their next. It's about 12 minutes, in fact, until the third race. The early favourite there is Godzilla. A very short quote. He's $1.65. We'll be back in a moment. Godzilla, $1.80 now. Smart 350, Waverley 550. Top trio. Field only 6. Enjoy Kiara, Joycey of the year.
Welcome back to Doomben for race number 3 of 7. We have a benchmark 65 over the 1650 metres. Only a field of 6 with the scratchings. The first horse we'll look at tonight is number 2, Diarco, one of your favourite horses, trained by Olivia Cairns. Courtney Bellamy rides and takes 3 kilos off. He was very good last start at Bow Desert and they got him back to a trip.
And probably didn't come up last preparation, but the prep before that, some rock solid racing, including winning a Saturday race. Look, he's looking well today. He just had been crying out for the mile and hadn't been getting it this prep. He got it last start, albeit at his home track. He rolled full and he was much better.
We've both made number 3, Smartest Smart, our top pick here. I've made him one of the best of the day for Anita Beat and Jag. Perfect draw. Horse that hasn't had much luck at 2 runs back.
Not at all. 2 great return runs. Should have won last start. Very unlucky first up. I guess my only concern was on a tiring track, will the 60 kgs anchor him? He was quite anchored at the Sunny Coast under 59.5 last preparation, but I do think he just didn't see out the 1800 metres. So it's only a fine horse. A conservative ride should see him carry that weight.
Jaden Lloyd steers the 5 Cat Deal for Bevan Lamming, and he's been in 7 of his 16 starts. He's only a fairly newcomer to the Queensland area, and I really like what he's been doing.
He couldn't look any better. If anything, he looks the best in the yard. He found some traffic last start, and he was likely just looking for further, despite the month between runs. So I assume that's why they kept him at the 1400. I do think the better ground was out wide last start too, and he was on that inferior part of the track. I think a big improvement out to the mile.
He could be the best rucky in this race, around $13 at the moment. Righto, our odds-on favourite, Godzilla, for Tony Gollan and Ryan Maloney. 2 wins from 20. He's had a couple of homes. He's now up here. He's been placed his last 4, Kian, but most recently he was rolled as a $1.70 favourite, and he's similar odds again today.
Good sort, isn't he? Had a command mare, so Mum's really...
Picks the wet track box.
Mum's dad, yes. And yep, that too, and the good-looking box. I like his runs when he's been ridden quite. Because he actually had a good change-up speed, but when you watch him up on speed, like we did last start, all he's doing is holding his spot. He's not really running on.
So the blinker's coming off. Is that the time you think to give him that tip?
I thought perhaps that's the reason they're going to ride him quiet. He's not a real fierce horse in the run. Or maybe they're just thinking he's not going on with it with the sheds. They work reverse.
Exactly. Sometimes just seeing other horses too makes a difference. So let's have a look now at 7 Waverley for Glenn Thornton and Damien Thornton. Nice kick-off run up here. First up at Bowden.
He parades well, really well. Came back to the 1400 with that fresh, and as you said, he hugged the fence from last and nearly pulled it off behind speed map, and he won again. So I think an improver at this trip.
And the 11, the last horse, look at Grand Curve for Paul Duncan and the Farm Duplessis draw on the fence.
Was a maiden winner here at this trip. I thought it was a really good last start to tackle the mile now.
Welcome back to Doomben. We're still 5 minutes out from race number 3, only a field of 6 after the scratchings, and we do have an interesting odds-on favourite in Godzilla for Tony Gollan. Last start at Ipswich, went out at $1.70. The Fuels were happy to take him on. And
you said he'd drift.
He ran second. I said he'd drift. He has drifted. He was $1.55 this morning. He's now $1.85. So at least we got that bit right. Taking on odds on favourites, I suppose it's fraught with danger at times. But I just can't believe he went up as short as he did. Blinkers do come off. Ryan Maloney takes the ride. He's a good time to look at, but I just can't justify that.
Best of luck, Frank.
Really kick the heavy track box either. In the meantime, Smart, $4 when we did the preview this morning, now into $3.20. So the punters are piling into our top pick. And apart from that, the market's staying very stagnant. So we might as well go with the late mail, 3, 7, 5, and 6. Smart on top. Luckless this preparation. I'm hoping Jag can put him 3rd or 4th in the run, just keep Godzilla within striking distance. You can't miss the start at times. Hopefully that's not the case today. Number 7, Waverley. Good parade for Glenn Thornton and Damien Thornton coming off that first up run at Bow Desert. Went all the way to the $1 million Magic Millions trophy last preparation. The $1 million race, obviously. But he's ticked the wet track box good enough for me to run second. The 5 Cat Deal, there's your best roughie. Paraded great. 2 runs back from a spell have been terrific. A first up winner at Lismore, and then a 4th behind Fat Fingers, where you make the point probably on the worst part of the track. Also found a bit of traffic, hit the line well. Overs at $12. And then our favourite Godzilla, now touching $1.90 as punters start to look for other options rather than taking red odds about our favourite. What was he? What's Godzilla? Was he a dinosaur in a movie?
Oh, he was like a big dragon dinosaur thing, and he used to come through the water, and he was electric.
He was electric.
Or he had electricity powers.
He had electric powers, did Godzilla.
Yeah, he used to like shoot lightning bolts out of his mouth.
Wow, sounds like it.
It's a very strong name, isn't it?
Sounds like a vicious.
And the other one, that one.
How did Godzilla's fate end?
Oh.
Like King Kong, and ended up tying him up.
Well, he bashed up King Kong, or King Kong bashed him up.
Oh, they ended up in a movie together.
They fought, yeah. Or they teamed up. I can't remember.
Godzilla versus
Kong.
Kong, yeah, that was a good movie. All right, Count, they're mine late mail numbers. I think we're going to get yours out now.
Smart. Love this horse. I do love him. He's got a poor racing style, but he meets a smallish field here today, and perhaps shouldn't have to navigate a path that stuff. There was a little bit go wrong at the start of his last start as well. Coming out of the gates, he collided with another runner, so it was just a bit of a disaster from go to woe. But both runs back are suggesting we have a win knocking at the door. I thought my only concern was perhaps the 60 kg being anchoring on him, so he just needs a nice conservative ride. There's Diaco, my second pick on your screen now. He's obviously a very good-looking son of not a single doubt, and he'd just been crying out for getting that extra trip. He does love racing here at Dooban, and he got the mile last start, and he was already sort of 4 runs in, so he was able to roll forward when stretched out in trip, and I thought he stuck on really nicely. The 6 in Godzilla, I just love him when he can utilise his change-up speed by not sitting as close to the speed. So we'll see what they do. They are running on today, but they're getting on that better part of the track and finding a bit of a fast lane. And then I had the 7 Joycey and Waverley, but Cat Deal I thought looked the best of them out of the yard. And did have a month between runs the other day to stay the 1400 from the 1500 first out run and gets out to a more suitable trip to 3, 2, 6, 7.
All right, Count, thanks very much for that. We're still a couple of minutes away if you want to get some bets on. I can tell you the market because there's a fair bit happening here, Count. Godzilla $1.55 when we did our preview, opened at $1.65 about 25 minutes ago on the QOP, is now $2.10, and Tab leading the way, $2.30 with Tab if you want to back Godzilla, and they've shortened up. Smart could get $3 now into $2.70, $3.70 not long ago.
Now, when I'm waffling on about this horse being ridden quiet, you go to his run 3 back behind Who Ordered the Fish, which is good recent form. He was a winner on King of the Mountain Day. That was what I think was his best run all preparation, and he was ridden quiet and conservative that day.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
I agree 100% with you. And last day of Ipswich with those blinkers on, when ridden up near the speed, just found zilch. And the pressure went on.
He just hung out. He just wanted to hang out.
So blinkers have come off. We're on a heavy track. $1.55 out to $2.30, and Smart's been hammered $4 to $2.90. So you can see with Tab are leading the charge here with Smart coming in, and they're also leading the charge with giving you best odds Godzilla. So I don't know, maybe they'll just listen to us.
Do you think we have that much influence?
I'd say so. We're pretty important people. Number 7 Waverley has also been backed a bit, 6 into $5, and Diaco has hovered around that $17 mark now, hasn't really budged, and perhaps leads, particularly if Godzilla doesn't want the front. Diaco should get a picnic because I wouldn't expect Waverley, Cat Deal or Smart to put pressure on.
Now, the other thing with Diaco, I think he didn't come up last prep, and even this preparation, the timing and the dates paint a little bit of a picture. He's had very spaced runs.
All right, just quickly back to race number 1. I had a chat with the stewards after the last race. Guac On, which started odds on. Slipped at the start. Overraced badly, obviously, for CJ, not going forward leading after sitting 4 wide. Stewards and the vets obviously did a full inspection post-race. No problem, no issue found. So, Walk On. You won't see it in the stewards report. It will come up at the front line as the last. My advice, get the red pen and just put right through it for going forward in the future.
I reckon he would have got that tongue back to the proof of how aggressive he was. Okay, back to race 3. One race away from the quaddie. Diaco just to take his place now. Here's David.
I suppose Diaco goes up. That completes the line of 6.
Starter Brad Richardson turns on the red line, picks up the button. Ready to see the break, and there they go. Off and racing now. Diaco went back at the start with Cat Deal. Grand Kerr began well. The easing favourite Godzilla.
Arman, welcome back. 362. Try.
Slotting into fourth, then came Cat Deal, and Diaco settles last at the 6. They swing into the first bend now, short of 1400 left to run, and it's going to be a slowly run race. The field of 6 race in pairs with Grand Kerr, keeping out Godzilla by 3/4 of a length. The best back pair lie 3rd and 4th. That's Smart as Smart. They're on the inside of Waverley and turning Cat Deal on the inside of Diaco. Heading down the back straight, they've got around 1100 left to run, but short of that now. And Grand Kerr set up shop in front from a get-go. He's going to try and lead all of the way. Godzilla has endured a frustrating run of minor placings. It's its opportunity today, sitting up outside of the leader, trailing by a neck as they go to the 800-metre back bend. Both Waverley and Smart, they're getting good runs in transit. They're close enough and good enough. And then Cat Deal and Diaco. Only 4 lengths first to last, with 650 left to run. Godzilla on the outside now, putting more pressure on Grand Kerr. And they stride together, they're dead set level. They went through the first split in 68 and 94. That's only 2 seconds slower than the previous race. Waverley about to pop up 3-1 and offer a challenge. Smart with something to offer, but it can't get clear for the moment. Cat Deal coming wide and Diaco not travelling too well on the tail. Smart's in traffic and needs it out. Meanwhile, Grand Kerr tackled by Godzilla. On the outside, Waverley drove to the pair and hit the lead. Smart gets the run now, and Cat Deal is picking on the run. Waverley, with short of 100 to go, the leader. Trying hard, Godzilla, but another minor place for him, and it's Waverley too good.
763.
Smart. Once he got clear, he had his chance. Then Cat Deal, Grand Kerr and Diaco last home in 1:44.04.
Number 7, Waverley lived up to his look with the market support and a lovely Damien Thornton ride with that Glen. They'll be up tonight, 7, 6, 3 and 5 across the line and dominant on the line. Number 6, Godzilla, parked up outside the lead with those blinkers off. They went slow. He had every possible chance.
This is the 5th one here at where are we racing? Sapphire Coast. So this is the 5th one. It's a class 1. Should play like class 1. Now the 6 is the favorite. If we look through the rails, that 6 is the top notch. 6 is the linear with beautiful management going on. And from this side also it is 6. Then the 1 comes up, 7 and all that. So 6 should ideally win, but the problems that may happen, that is not a very strong linear. It's not a very strong linear for a class 1. That's not a very strong linear, but it is a linear. Maybe at Sapphire Coast, we need to consider the fact that they do not have the stock that will go down to 150 to 250. But this, here the linear won, the 2. That was 450. This is 750. And we look at the pressure point, right? So that's the highest pressure. That should deliver. That should deliver. The other pressure and the largest drift is this one, which is number 9. That's the other pressure. So that and that should work. 6 and 9 should work. Then anything is possible. The other thing that is there, okay, but this one has 6 races. It did not do anything in last 6 races. That the 12, which was an EW. The other EW is 10. So that's a possibility. 11 and 10, 3. So what is the supporting gate? The supporting gate is this one, 2, 5G. 4th position, probably. 4th. The other one which is there is this 7. 7, not possible. I don't think so. It lacks this side of the rail, so that's not possible. 8 has both sides of the rails, so that is also not possible. It has 9 races. The score is not impressive, so probably this is what we're looking at: 6, 9, 6 and 9 probably, and then we need another smaller number. The smallest is this one, 12, which has 6 races, did nothing, and the number right after that, which is EW, has 2 races, which has done nothing. So this is a better horse. This is a mule. So 10 is a better horse. That's the other EW. So possibility is 6, then 9 with the drift, then 10, then 1. Probably. Six should win. Bottom line, 6 should win. Unless that 9 destroys the 6. Because it is not a strong one. 6 should win. We'll try this. I'm going to go with 6 win. Let's see. If it doesn't get tailed. If it gets tailed, I'm out.
Is their last start. I think they used that speed again. Gringot to be happy just to take a trail in behind, and then you get this wave of runners all looking for this sweet spot just in behind. But there's only so many spots for so many horses, so it's going to be a fascinating first couple of 100 metres. Royal Patronage, he'll be stamped urgent to overcome the wide gate. I know all of these look like big numbers, but also do note that there are 4 emergencies, so it becomes a little bit less scary after scratching. So Royal Patronage, another will. Looks a little bit problematic for him. He'll be looking for maybe a 3-wide running line or just to find a little bit of cover in here. So we'll need a clever ride from Jamie Mellon. You're looking at Port Lockroy, linebacker, Iona Merck. I think Pericles is another horse would like to be here. But with these 3 horses looking for that same spot, I think they might have to push the button and touch ball, but he is pretty versatile in that regard. Gringotts, he looks your map horse. He gets a lovely run just in behind, took advantage of a slow run race. Their last up in the George Rider, Almavier, drawing a nice gate to get a nice run just in the first half of the field. Looking at the second half, you've got Tommy Kitten, not blessed with speed, but he defaults into a nice spot there from barrier 1, so needs to break to the right time if he gets them. He looks to be humming along quite nicely. Steppy, Magnetica and Militarised, they'll come out neutral, just in that midfield stalking position. That's a nice scenario for them. Firestorm, she looks well placed. She's come back particularly well. 50 kilos on her back. She'll blend into the race at the right time. I don't think there'll be a horse hitting the line harder than Firestorm. NCAP, he doesn't have a lot of speed. We've got a reminder of that last week. And then you've got Celestial Legend, Povalika, Anaset, Geoglyph, the Japanese runner, Moira drawn wide. We'll need a bit of magic there from Zach Burton. And New Energy, where he has drawn any typical pattern, he looks to settle last. So a number of different ways you can cut up this race. It looks pretty competitive. The market does suggest as much. Gringotts is your map horse. I've lent the way of another will. I do concede that he'll need a little bit of luck there in the early stages, but do note that 9 of the past 16 Doncaster winners have come from double-figure barriers. So the Randwick Mile is a pretty fair start. And if he gets luck in the early stages, his class could trump.
Might be make up of the speed map, but it's definitely difficult for Doncaster Mile. this year to work out, doesn't it? So much depth to it. So even this field. Ringgits and Linebacker head to betting at 650 each of two, 650 the field. So it's a bit about how wide open it is. I do like Ringgits at this stage. I agree with Brad, gets a lovely run. It's really on the up, going for Group 1 last start, George Ryder to the Doncaster here, which is his target race. Four place, gets an okay the weights. Linebacker, well, can't doubt his class. And the lightweight, featherweight on his back next time. Kitten will get the race run to see what you think this time. Firestorm, from the lightweight, was a good run last start, was another wheel. Brad selections with Falcon to second events, probably goes around earlier. Unlikely to see too many come out with a soft five, perhaps. The likely track rating for patronage. And Moira, the American mare, she won the British Cup Fillies and Mares race, probably better over 2,000, but I'll tell you what, she'll be strong late. Reported she's been working really, really well. Lots of interest from North America with Moira running. FanDuel will be covering all of the action back into the States from Randwick tomorrow. I'll be out there for that. Steffi Magnetica is 17. Can she show her best? Pericles, a few tips is falling into Kovalika. Geoglyph, the Japanese, you can't leave it out. Just can't leave out the Japanese. Definitely going into my quaddy tomorrow. Sapphire Coast is 8 minutes away. It's a great race for the Doncaster. Class 1 are maiden over the mile. Sacred Mistress, but carrying it up at the picnics. Brody Loy on board, and Thorough One. We'll get on up Crag at the stable 280. Better money for Sacred Mistress early. Zaxton, global deal. Here's Kayla, just reported a few moments ago in the yard.
Up to race 5 at Sapphire Coast, which is our first leg of the quaddy. It's the Hume Doors and Timber Plate Class 1, ran over 1,610 metres. We've lost one runner. First horse we'll look at is the one Borrower for Rob Potter and Rebecca Broderick claiming a kilo and a half. This horse is only one from 15, but he's typically contested tougher races than this. He was formerly trained at Kembla with the Prices, so most of his form is provincial form, and he just probably overall wasn't quite up to that. I think getting out to a mile at this stage of his prep, change of scenery and the heavy track gives him a great chance to get another win on the board. The two's out, so we go to the 3 Showman for the Joseph Jones team and Claire Ramsbotham claiming 2. He had every chance, I thought, last start at Sapphire Coast at a benchmark 50, where he sat behind the speed. He quickened a little bit and held his ground. That was over the 1,400. It did appear he was looking for the mile off that run, but in the past, the only try he's had past the 1,400, he was beaten 12 lengths over the 1,750 on the synthetic. So I'm prepared to bypass him here. Before is Spirited King for Claire Mansell and Glenn Carl claiming 2. This is his first go at the mile. He's struggled past 1,300 in all runs previously and has been well beaten in his last 2 runs. So not convinced that this is what he's looking for, but the heavy track may help him. The 5 is Zaxton for Daniel Nixon and John Kissick. This was certainly weird and came 3 starts ago at Braidwood on a bottomless heavy.
7 has raced in 1 million races.
This horse had 2 more starts since, was playing at his next start. Mr. Ken mixed his form, but then last start, I thought he ran on really well from back in the run to run 3rd at the track and distance. I initially didn't have this horse in my numbers, but on this heavy track, which we now know he loves, he's got to be a great chance here. The 6 is Sacred Mistress for Luke Pepper and Brody Lloyd. She's in terrific form.
We'll see.
She's won her last 3. She's made it 3 starts ago at Braidwood.
What it can
and the
do.
next 2 starts have been at the Picnics, where she's won last start quite dominantly, winning at Narandra by about 6 lengths.
It lacks one side of the rail, so there's no physics with that horse.
This is the right
There's no physics.
7 is Global Deal for Teresa Bader and Pierre Udillon. Still a maiden at start 9. They got back and went on well in the first 3 runs this preparation, but then last night they took him to Kembla and he just struggled there. But look, back to his right grade here, albeit a class 1. See him find the line a bit better. The 8 is Menuhin for Anthony Warren here, and Sinead Peebles claimed to 3 kilos. He's another horse that gets to the mile for the first time. He's 3rd up. His 2 runs back have been
We need to understand what they say about the 11.
and his form last preparation I thought is better than what he showed so
That
far
is the
this time
key
around.
of
So
this
he does get his
race.
chance to improve. The 9 is Aqua Tempo from Matthew
That
Kelly and
is-
Brian Keatings. She had her first got mile last start. She had a perfect run at Canberra to benchmark 60, and she couldn't find anything beating 11 lengths off the back of that. This is certainly a much easier race, but I just wasn't convinced she found the line well
I'm
enough
sorry,
to
9.
suggest that she runs the mile out strongly. The 10 is Hot Conquest for Luke Pepper and Richard Bensley.
9 from gate number
With a
11.
lot less convictions. He's only had the 2 starts. One start was over the 1280 at Orange, and then last start over the 1400 at the Sapphire Coast here. He's been a little bit one pace, but he is holding his ground quite well, and I think that does suggest that the mile's going to be right up his alley. It's a lovely big strong horse, he's parading well. The 11 is Liama Avenue for Teresa Badup and Olivia Chambers. He's been showing a bit of early speed, but just not finding the line well at all. He needs to do more to get over the top of him here. The last of our runners is a 12 Machination, another one of the Teresa Badup runners for Jess Taylor. He's another horse that gets to the mile for the first time. His runs haven't been too bad overall. Last start, he did just beat Global Deal, the stablemate who goes around here as well, but I did think Global Deal probably found the line a bit better. All right, our favourite is Sacred Mistress, the $2.10, but a horse that has seen good sport. One I like here is the one follow up. Well, you put the hopefully finishing touches in him. You've only had him for 10 days.
Yeah, I haven't had him long. Obviously, 10 days. Come in beautiful order. Robbie and Luke done a beautiful job with him. The owners have got the half brother. Yeah, it's a perfect nick. Nothing wrong with him. Nice and healthy, and he's had good enough form for this.
What have you made of his form?
Yeah, it's sort of up and down a bit. But consider last one was very good, was getting home. But obviously on this track today, we would like to be up there on the speed, and he has done that before, so that's how we'll ride him. Yeah, his form's good enough to win.
I agree, and happy to hear that. In the last race, you have older Almost Persuaded, which is not that old, but she's getting on. This heavy track really falls into her favour.
The absolute swimmer, Kayla, like 7 out of 7, placings on the track. Yeah, brings her into place. She's going to cotton down like career. She's a bit towards the end. Hopefully she performs drawn out a bit, go forward, see what happens, but she's in good order, yeah.
Right, good luck.
Thank you.
Happy to hear his optimistic comments, although only having had the horse for 10 days, we probably know as much as each other about it. But I like the one as far as my late mail goes. I'm with the one borrower here. I think throughout its career, although it has been pretty inconsistent, it certainly raced in much harder races than what it finds today. I like his instructions to Rebecca to roll forward. I think that is certainly important here today. And from barrier 2, he might not have that much speed. He has sort of showed scattered speeds.
It doesn't have a strong number, that's for sure, but that's the only linear.
He shows enough speed to be able to be in the first 4, and as I said, right back in grade. He's placed in the heavy. I think he can get the job done. In for second, I put the 5 Zaxton. This is a horse I was quite happy to promote when we got onto the heavy track. He's another one that's really mixed his form, but his only win, as I mentioned, he bolted in at Braidwood by 8 lengths. I know Braidwood form doesn't read great, but I mean, our favourite Sacred Mistress, she's bringing Braidwood and picnic form as well. We know it swims from barrier 1. I'm not quite sure where he got to at Braidwood, but from barrier 1, I imagine they'll be trying to roll forward, and I certainly wouldn't discount him. In for third, I put the 6 Sacred Mistress. Well, she's very hard to knock. 3 from 3, as I said, she's obviously very hard
Rank
to
6
win.
win.
Despite only being
Let's
winning
go
at the
6
picnic,
win.
she's been winning very well.
Let's see if that happens. 6 should win.
She's
Be linear.
confidence and finds the perfect time race to attack. Also gets through the wet ground, and in for fourth, I put the 10 Hot Conquest, the other one of the Luke Pepper runners. I thought his run's been good enough. His 2 career starts to date. He's right out to $26 now. I'd be surprised to see him win, but I think getting out to the mile, we can certainly see him improve. So I'll be 1, 5, 6, 10 for this race. All starting to load up quite well now. We'll have a quick look at the market. Sacred Mistress is now into $1.95. Borrower has been $3.60, touch $2.80, and then back out of touch to $3.20. Zaxton has been $5.50, out to $8. Global Deal $12 to $13. Machination $16, right out to $23. Aqua Tempo $15, out to $26. Hot Conquest is at $26 as well. Liama Avenue at $34, Sherman out to $51, Menuhin out to $51, and Spirited King are outside of here at $151. So punters only are interested in our favourite Sacred Mistress, who will start our $1.95 favourite by the looks of it. We'll head up to Anthony.
is the next one. And Aqua Tempo the last. The Humidors and Timber Class 1. Favourite is Sacred Mistress, Brody Lloyd for Luke Pepper. She came off the non-tap picnic circuit.
He was one.
Very high at the moment, 3 in a row. We're right to go. Set at the mile. They're off. Spirited King bombed the start, came out 5 lengths last, and Sacred Mistress, the favourite, about midfield. First to begin, Liamina Avenue from
If that happens, then the 11 will destroy.
third position.
Where is the 6? Come on, baby.
Deal, and then came Zaxton from Sherman. Then you win. Spirit King after bombing the starters last. The speed is fast here. Limena Avenue's running them along. Aqua second and Burrower leaders back third. And Sacred Mistress fourth. Then a couple
That's the right picture as of now. That is how it should be. 6 is not supposed to be raved. That one is supposed to be raved.
Avenue from Aqua Tempo, half a length
11. If that happens, 6, 11.
Sacred Mistress starts to creep up between wide on the home turn. Hot Conquest is trying to hold it. Nation getting off the inside from Global Deal. The others can't win.
6 is right there. 6. Come on, baby.
Giving chase Nation. Then came Burrower. Aqua Tempo, nothing running on. Sacred Mistress off and gone.
Jesus, it couldn't stand. 11 couldn't stand. 6, baby! That is like 6 lengths, I think. This was the first bet that I put in today, but this was a favorite. This was a favorite.
Sacred Mistress, she makes it 4 in a row, has been slaying them on the non-tap and picnic circuit.
Right, well done, Luke. She's just going from strength to strength.
Yeah, look, she bit of a funny one, this little man. We had a real good opinion on her earlier.
6, 7, 2, and
Newcastle and places like that. And she sort of just went off the ball a bit, so we sort of reloaded, went to the picnic. There's not sort of a normal progress sort of way to go, but she got her confidence up. She had a few little issues that we worked
2
on.
or 12, that is.
She loves
6, 7.
So she put herself in the right spot.
Awesome ride, Frank.
First time in a long time at the picnics and won by a space, and great ride by Brady. And yeah, look, she just loves a bit of wet track, and she's a mare that's got her confidence back, and it's great for Glenn Burrows to let me take her back to the full tabbers. We were definitely looking probably for another one than this, but yeah, look, I didn't
6, 7, 2 or 12. There's no 2, so probably 12.
Race to attack, but the way she's won there, she certainly would deserve a chance at a better one. Just quickly, I'll ask you, in race 7, you've got Title Rush. Third up should be peaking.
Yeah, he's going great, the old boy. He's run the other day, which is huge. He just can't draw a gate, which is, he's going to have to get a good ride from Brody today, but he's a horse that does like the wet too, and I thought his run today was huge after a really good first up win. Looking forward to seeing him. If he gets a bit of luck, he should be there.
Brody's not back yet. It's in the last race. You've got the little colt. Weird Goodbye. So it was good, but a bit raw on debut.
Yeah, very green. Probably just found the 1,000 a bit short draw as well. Up at 1,200, race experience under its belt. He'll be in the right spot. The horse that ran 4th to him, and he ran 3rd. He come out and won its maiden at Canberra the other day, so the form's all right, and hopefully he can handle a wet track.
George is looking after you, but go on, well done.
Thanks, Carl.
That was
7, Swan Hill.
terrific ride there by Brody. He's able to get up, one out, one back, as expected.
Oh no, 6, 1, 12, 5.
Spots, but then once they did, they were all paired off quite comfortably. They rolled along at a nice tempo throughout, and Brody's had a lovely sit, just one out, one back there, and has been able to expose Sacred Mistress at the right time, and she certainly is full of confidence.
Frank 2, Swan Hill.
Put a bigger margin on her.
Right, so what happened here? is the 6 was the linear. It went through. 9 was the largest drift, but that did not work. The second largest drift worked. That's 6 1. Okay. 12 was this one, which is an EW. And 5. Then 5. Then the strategy on the 9 was good. They were trying to get a lead. That is how it is supposed to be. But what happened is probably it's not in the right form. It's not in the right form. Two is too heavyweight. Okay, Swan Hill. Let's take a look at next one. Race number 6. 3713. Two 865.
Straight.
But Frankie, I was getting prepared to step out. It is because of you I got it. I was preparing to step out. It is because of you I got it. I get a little blurry at times.
She's a class 1 American, it's over 2,050. Gillian heads the market at 310. Enjoys the in gear.
First leg of the quaddy here at Doomben. It's class 1 and maiden plates over 2,050 metres around the buoy. Is the first horse I have a look at, Tarly Fenlon, course this up.
Frank, the problem is at times I'm just at times I think I need that little push. At times I just need that little push. I don't know. I think I'm getting old. I'm getting old, Frank. That's all. At times I just need that little extra push, which comes either from you, Lewis, PC.
Point is, Kian,
Ireland?
probably tongue tie comes off. He's first up off one trial. He's got to get through a heavy track. He's got to do it over 2,000 metres.
But tomorrow is going to be a very, very interesting day, Frank. We'll see. It's a big day.
West did the 3.
It's a big day.
For the Sears.
Yes, 1 win, 9 placings from 15 starts, and that says everything you need to know about this horse. He's thrown races away when he's had them shot to bits. He's got a poor racing style. That barrier problem.
Frank Dow's
He'll run the trip.
Tuna, you can also join the WhatsApp group.
If you get the right price about
You can also join the WhatsApp group, my friend. The WhatsApp has been shared. I mean, almost all of us are there, like me, Lewis, PC.
and then stepped into a class 1.
We discuss
Tight late.
all of this. You'll find the WhatsApp link on the community tab, under the community tab.
So this will be no drama for us. He's by safe at full, so they've read the handle wet, even though his stats don't jump off the page as heavy track stats. I don't think the ground will be a problem for her today, Kian. You've tipped around as a roughie, and I can't knock it.
Forrest Thornton rides a 10, Promiscuous Girl, Maddie Hoisted.
Barrier one's the key for her. She'll just lob into that perfect trailing position, and then Boris will just have to gangle her off the fence when he wants to. She's only lightly raced. She's coming out of a benchmark 65 last start behind Calm Seeker, where she just sort of knocked up that last little bit. So the 1800 and 2000 is a slight concern for me, but I love the fact she draws again the soft run.
Chris Waller has Sign of Peace, Emily Lang.
She brings different form into the race, and a strong Sydney midweek form should be too good for a Class 1 maiden here. He's been through soft, he's never been on a heavy, and his last couple of runs at Canterbury and White, he dead set couldn't have had a better run. He's travelled in it straight like a winner and just found zilch. So they've sent him north to try and find something different or get a better result. And he's that's where we are today.
One of the maidens is Art Space. First start for Lindsay Goff. Tongue tie and blinkers are off.
3 win Doomben.
Yeah, take a stock.
Let's see.
You can't see it. Blinkers are on or off.
Can't read my mind. No, they're off.
They're off. Blinkers are off. Thigh blinkers and tongue tie off as well. 3 runs back from a spell to getting ready for the 2000. He's bred to stay. He raced down to Victoria over these sort of trips. He looks really well. Typical Tavistock, and they generally go through the ground.
Dizzy Forster has the 13, Out of Luck, still a maiden, semi-collar.
Kian's top pick for those playing at good odds, and this horse caught the eye last start, flashing home on a soft 7 over a mile. The Sunny Coast came from last at the 300, so the step up to 2000 makes sense. Better draw today. Hopefully, he can just keep in touch, Kian, and he'll be finishing strong.
Angel Plum has Twinkle Time, Robbie Dolan.
Broke her maiden at Gold Coast, 3 starts back. That was on a soft 5. Since then, hasn't been too far away in 2 1800 metre races, and she's another one. She's proven in the soft, yet to prove in the heavy.
Klein round the south for Darren Churchill.
The rank outside of the field at 150 to 1, and today he's yet to place from 16 starts.
Dillian is your $3 favourite. Far West is firmed 550 to 5. Looking down the page, not a lot doing. A little for around the boy, Joycey. Apart from that, there's not much to tell other than Majestic Angel is
A little bit of money for my top pick here. It's no surprise. 10,
solid.
2, 11, and 13. Promiscuous Girl has been 650 into 550. I've got a little bit of a reservation running out a really strong 2000. But she's by done deal, so that'll help. And
a big done deal, isn't she?
She's run over the mile and 1800 the last 2, which traditionally is the way to step them into the 2,000 metre trip. So Matty Hoisted has done everything right. And the barrier gods have been kind. They've given him barrier 1, and that's the key for this mare. I think they can give her the run of the race, nice quiet ride, and help her see out the 2,000 metres under Boris. So that's the top pick, the 10. Away from that, the 2 Dillian, what do we do? You made a point just off there about the rating points. Sure, they're high, but has he really done it out here? Has he been winning races?
For a reason.
Has he been winning races? He hasn't been winning races.
He hasn't, no.
He hasn't won for 1,278 days since he's won a race, and you're being asked to take $3 first up on a heavy track. So I think they're genuine questions you can ask him. I don't think you're all over it.
It's like
Pose questions.
Those questions.
Number 11, Sign of Peace, coming up with Sydney form, and she's reliable on pacer. Chris Waller, Emily Lang's claim, bred to get through it, being a preferment. Ticks a lot of boxes. 13, Out of Luck, Your Ruffy, lightly raced, tackling a race that's beyond where she should be. She should be in a maiden, but she's trying Class 1 here today, and he is. And I think he'll run really well. I think he's over the odds. You make your case for him.
Yeah, and yeah, Dylan. Well, maybe he might just be too good here. I reckon he'd have residual fitness too. I doubt he's been tipped out since that November run, so just wanted to make that point. 13, Out of Luck, was $41. Thought, well overs. I know it's a maiden. I like the 2 back at Doomben. That was a fantastic run over the unsuitable 1350 behind Azafran. I do like the form coming out of that race. Window tapper, and that's why I tipped it its next start at Sunny Coast when it got out through the suitable mile, and it was a magnificent run. What he is, he could be really tardy away. To see Sammy keeping him on the move, I do like that. For a horse who really sort of only falls out of the machines, and I don't mind the step to 16 to straight out to 2000. Just looks like he wants every bit of it. The 9, the Danger, Majestic Angel, I think a great roughie. She was looking for that extra 400 metres last start. She gets it again today. Far West, a bit of a tease. Runs have been good. Then the 11, that's Sign of Peace, just bringing those different form lines. 13, 9, 3, 11.
Thanks for that, Kian. Great Quinella there, punters. If you want to get rich, the 13 and the 9 would be paying a small fortune. And look, let's face it, Class 1 maidens over staying distances, they're almost races you should be backing ruffins in because favourites definitely don't have a good record in them. Mind you, this favourite is a polarising one because if you take his Victorian form, it looks as though he's a pretty take-out job, but you've got to do it first up off one quiet trial. All right, let's see how things pan out here. Race number 4 at Doomben as we head up to the call.
Cold Cone coming up. This race won by Waverley, but Glenn Damien Thornton. Ramping up won the second, Michael Rod running for Lindsay Goff. And Ritualise won the first. Cole Wilson Taylor had the steer for Stuart Kenley. That's where we're at. 3 down, 4 to go. This is race 4. There's the line. All set. The gates open. They're off and racing. Promiscuous Girl made a good start on the inside. Dillian was about midfield away and then a side of Peace rolling forward. As is Twinkle Time and Art Space take your forward spot. They head down the straight on the first time, and Promiscuous Girl currently the leader. Side of Peace strides to a clear second. Then the two maidens, third and fourth, Art Space.
What is this, 2400 meter? Or 22?
Went off the rail. Length and a half away, then came Majestic Angel, who's over on the inside of Out of Luck. To the far
Looks
west,
like
one of the
22.
runners getting a long way back. Third last now, and Cold Cone second last with around the boy last of all. Cal Canley about midfield. They head to the back straight, 1300 left to run.
22.
Promiscuous Girl slipped away mid-race, opened up a lead of 5 lengths. Side of Peace in second, Twinkle Time third, half away Out Space fourthly outside. Pace looks to be genuine as they travel down the back. 2.5 for Dillian, moving to a clear fifth. Cal Canley is sixth of rail and already under some pressure. Then came Out of Luck, followed by Majestic Angel. Far West spots of a long start midway through the race, or halfway home. Then came around the boy and Coal Carter's last. Promiscuous Girl, stop-start tactics out in front. Comes to the next bend with a 3-length margin. Side of Peace, Stemmie is making ground after this leader, and now gets within about 2.5 lengths of it. About 4 away Art Space and Twinkle Time under pressure, so Harding said it's time to go on Billion, and the ex-Kira Bar Gulliver takes off 3 wide. Then came Out of Luck, starting to travel into the picture. Cal Canley, Majestic Angel, Far West a bit of back with around the boy, but they make their own together, and Coal Carter's last. Up to the turn now with just over 400 left to run. Side of Peace, I reckon, got to Promiscuous Girl. Then came Dillian, still 2 or 3 away. Out of Luck is still running on, and the rest were beaten. Far West was too far back. Side of Peace, with its sights set on the judge, the leader. Dillian is now whacking in the margin. Out of Luck's run its race. Here's Dillian. Dillian raced up the Side of Peace, short of 100 to go, and it's immediate success for Peter and Will Holman. Dillian straight away, big Side of Peace, up the field around the boy. Then Majestic Angel, Out of Luck, gave some open the early part of the straight, then Far West, followed by the head of the others, Cal Canley, then Art Space, Promiscuous Girl knocked up, and long margins, Coal Tide and Twinkle Time last home in 210.44.
And 9 there, Dillian scores in really nice style there under Martin Harley. $2.50, $1.30, Sign of Peace. Don't quite know if stick on there for second around the boy. Closes late with Majestic Angel just off her back there and chased a beautiful chair away.
All right, this is the 6th one, which is a benchmark 58 at Sapphire Coast. If we look through the odds, then 2865. 2 is the favorite. If we look through the rails, the 2 is there, but it lacks physics. Plus, it is a 1600 meter. 1600 meter, generally 2 of the BBs, 6 got through. 12 with the BB got through. 600 meters generally is about BBs. So that too is in a dicey position. It lacks physics. It doesn't have the thing to. It's difficult for two to win. I am not sure if that is going to happen. So the possibilities. 5 is the largest drift. So 5 is in the odds, within the odds, and 6 is a neutral, far from the rails. I don't know how that will work. 8. Now 8. So there are no linears in this race, okay? Starts with the neutral. Starts with the neutral. But if we do this, then 8 comes up. So if there are no linears, that is the linear. Then this becomes EW2. If there are no linears, then that becomes linear, and this is how it is. It's got more advantage as well. Both of them are 5-year-old gelding. 2 has 30 races, almost done nothing. 8 has 20 races. I mean, you're probably looking at the poop from different angle. Both of them are like that. Plus, that's the problem. So, I'm not going to be in this one, but the one which is actually within the rails is 11. The one which is actually within the rails management and a BB is this one, 11. Now, if we look through this, then we get that 5 is the largest one with that. So possibilities that might happen, though I'm not going to be a part of this. Possibilities that might happen is firstly, we need 2 BBs. That's 1600 meters. So if we look at 3 of these BBs, this one is like 60% downdrift on their finances. Plus, they have issues here. This is difficult to work. 2 is the favorite, so they will push that thing in. 2 is the favorite to keep the standards. They will keep that thing in. But it's difficult for 2 to win. It is like that. Lacks physics. How will it win? Plus, it is not a BB. So things that might happen is, since 2 is the favorite and this one is at 60%, this is 100%, but maybe this is because we do not have enough data to process this. And they're like 9 and 10. Tailing gates. Okay. So things that might happen. That 11, in second or third position. Now the question is this versus this, the 2 versus 5. 2 is a 5-year-old gelding, which is something like that. And the 5 is a 6-year-old gelding with the highest drift. And they are new. They kind of new. The pressure point is higher on this. The highest is 6, however, that's a neutral. Neutral is difficult. So things that might happen is 11-5. Then a BB is going to get in. So that is either this one, which is number 10. So that's also tailing. So if it works correctly, then we are looking at 11-5. Probably then 2 and 10. Eleven, 5, 2 and 10. 2 probably the third position. Because the 5 will get in. This 5 has a huge drift. But for that, the 11 has to win. It's a speculation that the 11 is going to win because 11 is not there within the odds. Odds are with 2. 2 cannot win. So I am not going to get into this. I'm not going to get into this. Plus it's neutral because 10 is the next one in. All right, largest 6, 10, 7-year-old gelding with 1 league race. That's a BB. So 2 of the BBs, if we talk, this is either the third or the fourth position. 10. It is either the third or the fourth position. Second position goes to 5 and 2 probably third because of the odds. It will get pushed. 10 probably is fourth because of the management. This is an old horse. It has done nothing. 73 races, man. The other BB that we have is a 5-year-old gelding, which is the same number. They're probably the same size, 214, 214. 8 has better advantage. 8 has better advantage, but they kind of like that. They're like dysfunctional. This team is absolutely dysfunctional team. So there's no point going with 8. 8 is like that. 2 is not in a position to win. The one which is within the rails is also difficult because it's a 6-year-old mare. It's not there within the odds. Plus, they are a dysfunctional team. I'm going to be out.
in memory lane, wasn't it, with the D. Beedman, one of the best ever in the saddle. Right, he's got a great era of racing, no doubt about it. But I tell you what, we've got some great racing tomorrow all around. Doncaster Mile is going to be an absolute cracker. The Derby's going to be a fantastic race. The filly overcome the boys out of Yana. TJ Smith, well, gee, it's one of the most difficult TJs spoken to assess in recent memory. Just so open this year. Anyway, we wait and see what will unfold tomorrow. What looks is a perfect racing surface, drying track, in 6 range, probably gets to a 5, maybe a 4, who knows. But perfect conditions, and the sun will be shining. Extravagant Choice is the favourite way here at the Sapphire Coast. We're going to 58 over the mile. 440, wide open affair here too. Lysander, Seluchalot, Spyron Gemstone, there was early money for Tillman, and then a gap to Artist Formiati Spiel at $13. Cable's ready to have a look at them in the yard.
Yeah, thanks, Jason. We're up to race 6 here, which is the Clark Equipment Country Boosted Benchmark 58 to run over the 1610 metres. And the temperature is really starting to drop a bit actually here, but we're still obviously on that heavy 9. We have a field of 12 or 11 runs here actually, 10 actually. We kick off the yard with the one high baller for Sean Cody and Ruby Haylock claiming 2. The gelding that's been handy at his best, but this preparation he's been back and struggling to make up much ground the whole way through. This is easier than what he's been facing, and importantly, he gets a few significant gear changes. They're taking the crossover nose bend off for the first time and adding the blinkers again and the tongue tie again, and there is a change in tactics with the stewards to ride him more forward. So he gets every chance here with all of that to find a bit more and does like the wet ground. The 2 is Extravagant Choice for Nick Olive and Rebecca Prague. This is a gelding that's been super consistent since joining Nico's stables. This preparation, his last start effort at Cowra, I thought was good. Despite running second, he just couldn't reel in the leader, who was great week, and that's a horse that's really on a roll. It's won 3 in a row, so I think that form's good for here. He gets the addition of blinkers again, which I think are a real positive. The only negative I can find is the wide draw with a fair bit of speed underneath him. It may just seem a bit vulnerable late. 3's out, so we go to the 4, Fire and Gemstone, Chris Hensler and Olivia Dalton. Ended up throwing this horse in my numbers. He's been quite honest throughout his career since joining Chris's stables. His last start, he was beaten only 2.5 lengths in the same grade at Goulburn over 1300. I think getting back out to the mile at this stage of his prep is very helpful. He gets a claim, a soft draw, and gets through the wet ground well enough, so I can see why there's been a little bit of support for him. The 5 is the horse I like, Tillman here for Greg Stevens and John Kissick. He's a gelding that's second up and he creates very fit here, which I wanted to see. Look, his first up effort was over the 1280 at Orange, and he got back and actually showed a bit of a turn of speed to run on really well, not being beaten far in the end. Prior to that, I always was of the opinion that he needed to be up on the speed over a mile to get the best out of him. So I think that's shown that he's returned well. I think obviously getting out to the mile here, he can only be better. He'll be on fresh legs, second up to be able to roll forward from a slightly awkward draw, and he loves the wet ground, having had 9 starts for 1 win and 6 minor placings. The 6 is Sir Lunchalot, Anthony Warren and Billy Owen. Great looking horse, he always parades terrific. His last start was over the 1400 on a deteriorating soft 7 at Albury there, where he led the field up. I thought it was a slightly weakening run, but he did stick on to run 3rd. They are going to ride him with cover today, and the way he appeared to not be at his best on the soft 7, the heavy track maybe concerns me slightly here, so I just think there's a few knocks with him. The 8 is Lysander for Nat Jarvis and Tegan Martin claiming 2 kilos.
8 wins.
He's an on-speed
Lewis.
really well. He's been freshened up a month since his last start running second. I think that he gets a benefit of a slightly better draw than a lot of the other on-speed runners that will be looking to come across from outside him. These heavy runs, despite being 0 from 4, have actually been okay, so I think he can give a good sight here.
The one that could actually win is the 6, but they made it a neutral. The one that could actually win was 6, but they made it a neutral. It's going to be very difficult for 6, but
on top last night, and I actually initially had him on top today prior to the track coming up heavy. I think he's racing better than what it reads, and I just don't like his heavy track form. He's had 0 from 7. He seems to not be at his best here, on top of having a wide draw here. The 11 is Spiel for Linda Bundy and Jade McKenzie, claiming 3. Gives this horse a bit of a lightweight chance here. With her last start, I thought she was good. She sat behind the speed and tried very hard to run second over the 1400. Out to a mile, the speed to roll forward with no weight, I think, sees her not hopeless. And the last of our runners is the 12, Go Gaza, Cindy Pearson and Richard Bensley. He's a horse that keeps finding the line quite well. Last time he finished not far, behind Spiel, running 6 when she ran second. She probably needs to find a little bit, needs to find a little bit more to get over the top of them. And he's not at his best on a heavy track, but he'll need to do a bit more. Just grab Luke Jarvis on his way past, have a chat here. It's an even sort of a race. He's been super consistent.
Yeah, he's really turned the corner since we moved to Canberra. We were a bit worried about him when we moved because he didn't really enjoy Peru too much, but he's really enjoying the Canberra lifestyle and he's starting to race really consistent.
Are you freshening him up, a month since his last start effort? Was that by design or it's just fallen that way?
Nah, just with all the wet weather everywhere, he's drawn a good gate. The meets got caught off. So Tegan does she does all the riding on him, track work. She gets on with him great. He's been jumping well. He should be up on the pace and be up there, finish and find that out.
I know he's 0 from 4 on the heavy, but I was just saying in the parade there, his heavy runs haven't been too bad. Are you concerned about that at all?
Nah, he loves the wet. And a lot of those heavy track starts, one of them was just disaster and a couple of others were 4th. So he was just around the placing. So I don't think it being by Piero, he should get through it really well.
Got a second earlier. Hopefully he can go one better here. Good luck, Luke.
Hopefully I'll be sacked.
It's negative. Well, I think it's a bit of a chance. Look, as I mentioned earlier, I think this is certainly one of our more even races of the day. You have a very even bunch of horses here. So my late mail, I switched my numbers around about 8 times, I think, this morning. But I ended up settling on the 5 Tillman. I was really happy to see how fit he paraded second up here. I thought his first up run, as I mentioned, for a horse, and I was always of the opinion of that he needed to be up on speed over a mile to perform. I thought his first up run was great to get back and show a bit of a turn of foot. I think he'll be on fresh legs second up here to be able to roll forward from his wide enough draw. And in the past, over a mile, I've seen this horse had some very tough runs and had to absorb pressure, and it doesn't seem to stop him. He seems to keep finding the line well, get through the heavy track, and I'm happy to have something on him here for those reasons. In for second, I put the 2 Extravagant Choice, super consistent, racing really well. I think the Winkers again are a real positive. As I mentioned, I just think he's going to find a bit of pressure rolling forward from that wide draw, and that could just seem a little bit vulnerable late. In for third, I put the 8 Lysander, who we just spoke to, Luke. He's racing really well, getting up on the speed, and as I mentioned in the parade, I think that he gets an advantage of a slightly better draw to be able to find the front or be thereabouts before a few of these other on-speed runners that will be coming across from out wide. And in for fourth, I put the 4 Fire and Gemstone, who getting back out to a mile, has a little bit in his favour on 5 to 8 4. What's the market doing in an open race, Jason?
Extravagant Choice, Carla, has been probably the best back runner, $4.60 into $3.90 with some handy heavy track form. Lysander at $5 has been rock solid out from $4.80. There was early money for Fire and Gemstone, 12 into a little of 6, now $6.50. So Lunchalot's been a drifter, $4.60 to $6.50. Tillman's been 7 out to 9. Formiati $10, rock solid, and then Arthur's 12 into 11. Spiel 11 out to 13. Go Gaza best of the rest. 23. Highball is the other one at $26. So wide open affair, isn't it? There's more money now for Extravagant Choice, but $3.70. Now it's $3.80, but it's a nice value if you can find a winner. But that's the hard bit, Carlin.
You're exactly right, Jason. It is. I think in the previous races too, we've been trying to find the horses that we may think which seems to be at a bit of an advantage. But
6.
this race, that doesn't even make it much easier at all. There's more.
Frankie 10 wins, Sapphire.
A real rush for the first 400 metres or so while they sort themselves out. The likes of Lysander, Tillman, Fire and Gemstone, maybe far away. Extravagant Choice will be rolling forward, and
Probably Frank. This could just work, you know. That's there's a lot of circles going on. That's a good hand. Plus, it has one league race, and it looks like there are people behind it. We'll have to be a little more sharper. It's still not the sharpest. I mean, I'm talking about me. It's still not the sharpest. We have to be a little more sharper.
The gates. Extravagant choice from last once. $4 favourite, the deal extravagant choice, $4 favourite.
He has a lot of backup. Frank, he's got a lot of backup. The question is 11. We'll see what 11 does.
Extravagant choice came away well. Artist bombed the start with Go Gather. They both were out the back shortly afterwards, and Fire and Gemstone to the early leader. Lysander, Sir Bunchalots, Extravagant Choice trying to slide across, and then came Spiel. They're followed then by Tillman. Highball has drifted back. He's worse than midfield and one off the inside. It's Go Gather, kicks up to keep him off the fence. And then came Colmiati, where they were going further forward on it. It's found
7 is running so far.
So Extravagant Choice is working hard to try and cross them here as they run at the
7.
turn.
Where did that 7 come from? That's a 7 or?
But it's 3 wide. Sir Bunchalots is keeping it there
2.
in the middle. Then Go Gaza, Highballer, and Tillman couldn't get in as well. He's on the 3 wide line. So
That's a 2. That's not a 7. That's a 2.
Then by Call Me Artie from Spiel, and Artist is now the last one. Very slow speed up front here. Fire Gemstone and Extravagant Choice. They've walked up front. Lysander's done it tough. 3 wide in third. So Lunchalot's underneath it. Then Go Gather yielding ground. Highballer's got off the inside. Tillman, he's out there 3 wide from Colmiati, Spiel, and Artist is the last one. These first 2 should have a good kick. They had it pretty soft. Fire and Gemstone and Extravagant Choice. They turned the bend together from Sir Bunchalot's Go Gather, and then came Highballer. Extravagant Choice hit the front, 300 out from Fire and Gemstone. Then Sir Bunchalot's Highballer chipping away from Go Gather.
They all stopped. What is going on here?
Sir Bunchalot's Highballer, and then came Fire and Gemstone. Extravagant Choice still in front though. Extravagant Choice doing enough, and Extravagant Choice had it pretty soft in front, goes on to win.
2.
Gemstone second, I think, just in front of Sir Bunchalot's, and Highballer an improved run for 4th, and they got right away from the others. Artists Go Gather.
So slow, yes. What was happening there?
Well, Extravagant Choice, 2 for the man, sat up outside the leader.
2.
Very slow. Then they walked up front. And Nick was able to give a good kick down the home.
2, 4.
Choice goes on the win. Rebecca Bron and Prague and Nick Rolly well rated up near the speed. The front
2, 4, 6, 1.
Well, it looked like it could be a bit ugly on paper, but that's ended up a great ride and a well-deserved win again.
2, 6, 4. 2, 6, 4.
I backed it. I just into the scrap. I said, I wish I didn't back this before the race, but I thought it was going to be messy. But yeah, great job from Beck. It's only a second.
6 should have actually won. They made it a neutral. 2, 6, 4. Yes. So, what happened is that 2 won. Okay. I was out of it. But 75% of the people, they said that 2 is going to win. The 2 is like that. 2. 6 was the neutral, which won. 2, 6, 4 was the other one. And 1. $11.56, $11.38. Everybody was with 2. I stayed out. 12 votes for total. Race 7. We'll go to race 7. 4, 6, 13, 14. Uh, 12, 5, 9, and 8.
Let's have a look at the 5th at Newbie. It's a class 213.50. Simply excels and Benito. Nothing up favouritism. Choosing here.
Class 2 handicap for the 5th here at Doom. It's over 1,350 metres. First innings. Reviewing today for Chris Waller, Carlos Taylor.
Trial to the Gold Coast in an open 900 metre heat count, but he was completely off pace there. Best form is over 2,000 metres plus, so this would be a surprise.
Sharp heat for 5 to easy. This winner in that heat. Antonito is the 3, Noel Palo, David Van Dyke.
Coming here and winning the 4, trialled the house down prior to a first up in the legal farming in Class 1. Led throughout there, drawn the fence today. The winner here has handled soft cut to the path, I suppose. The one query we've got is the fence appears to be not ideal today, which is pretty good before the meeting started, and it certainly looks that way. So now it's a matter of, is the inside barrier going to be a disadvantage? I think Noel Kello will be aware of that, angling off the fence from in front. He's a good way to ride this track.
Matty Dunn has the full feathered top, also Richard Williams and Jake Bayless.
Yeah, first up again, another horse.
7.
Further, she's come from Ireland. And she won over a mile. He last picked up second up. She hasn't trialled officially, so I think she'll need to.
Yes, what's up, that?
Oh, I think she'll need to run.
It was a really good trial.
Hey,
Yeah, it's back in February. I hope she dropped out. Yeah.
what are your notes?
1,000 metres, very good.
There's very good trials coming into the run down in New South Wales.
From St. Blanche to the 5, CJ Graham for Billy Hilly.
He's come back well. First up win but the Sunshine Coast was soft with Brave. Second up, probably just had to do a little bit too much work up on speed, left to Sydney shot late. Should get a lovely run today.
Hollywood Epic is Mr. Consistent. He's never missed the top 3 in all 8 career runs. We need to beat Charlie Bentley.
Going great guns since they've ridden him just off speed. He's won 2 in a row. His last time they did switch to the one this morning. He's never going to get beaten there. Couple like the winners from the outset. And I love the 2 kilo claim coming off. His soft track stats. I know we're in heavy today, but he's had 3 runs in the soft and 2 into the second.
Tony Gollan has the 8 Simply Excels. Emily Lang, he lacks maturity, but I think he's nice.
Certainly is. Good type to look at. With jig jogging in the yard. But no dramas there over the 1350. Just coming back from 1400 last start. Drops 4 kilos on that run behind Rubal, where he was only caught in the last bound, really. And he still had a bit up his sleeve. I just don't think he had to race away there last start. Once Rubal got alongside him, he actually kicked again. So he's an improvement for sure.
Plantis is the 10. He's a lot more effective with the sting out of the ground. He did have a long layoff too, so just getting fit now. Gillian Heinrich, Michael Robb.
Yeah, he's a Magnus. They love the wet ground. He was third up today. He was $101 on Antonito last start. Wide up to 4 lengths. So you could see him starting to fit that much.
Script Riders, the 11 for Chris Anderson on his shot.
Best knockout chance in the race. Lasted heavy. Raced well here at Doomben. Much fitter for that first up run over 1100 where he was doing his best late.
I think this is the best knockout chance. The 12, East Town, Bailey Wheeler, Scott Morrissey.
Good run first up, wasn't it? Behind Salt Lake Betting with big odds, $51. He's had 4 starts here, only 1 placing. He has 1 in the soft. And if you can improve off that first up run, definitely a knockout chance at the odds count.
But he also has Aratari, the 13, George Cutright.
Blinker's come off today. One winner at Ipswich, 3 back to break in maiden. Since then, she wasn't too far behind Pele Princess and led them up. And then just probably out of the class in that 65 benchmark last time again. She led them up under the big weight. So she's dropping in weight. Blinker's come off. She might give some chipping.
Alrighty. Weirdly enough, it's raining. On screen there, you can see the King just hanging out on Antonito, and we're just saying how well those earmuffs work. It's actually raining, but it's not raining here where we are, which is what, 600 metres away? Perhaps. It's weird.
It's weird, yeah.
Isolated.
Definitely isolated.
It's just the day Noel's having.
The 1350 metre shoot. Well, if you and I should be standing under the rain if it's on the day we're having.
I think it's looking for me, but I'm inside. That little rain cloud.
Rain cloud's supposed to be on you, and Noel's copying it. But yeah, it's not raining on this side of the track, so isolated is a good word to describe it. And there are my numbers, 3, 7, 8 and 11. I'm with this 3, Antonito. We've discussed barrier 1. We've discussed the fact that the earmuffs have worked a treat with this horse, and he's come back off a really good trial with a strong first up win. He's just got to carry that into today. He looks terrific. So I'm going to stick with him. 7, Hollywood Epic. Still overs at $11, count this horse. He's in your numbers, isn't he? I'm sure he is. He's going great guns. Aiming for the hat trick. Should get a lovely run today, and loves it soft. So it is in the things if you want to knock out. The 8 simply excels, buying for favouritism, like the race Tony Gollan and Emily Lang. Certainly doing those things right, should be right up there in the firing line. And the 11 script, right up. Best of the rest, certainly not that chance off the back of the first up run. We're hearing, you and I have a bad day. CJ's being dropped off Rossay's lad. She's up and walking around.
It's a bit of a horse. You would have seen him going on the track really.
And she's as tough as nails, CJ, so as long as she's okay and the horse is okay, she'll jump back on.
Having a bad day, then run doctor.
It's in the rain.
It's like a given. Yeah, and in the rain. It's just, you know, that's why we love it so much. We're about to climb back aboard the 5. I am very interested in the 8. I would have loved to have been on top of the ground today because I think this is a very nice horse. What I did say in the yard is he lacks maturity. He's a big baby. And last start he had a month between runs. And he was just so new when he hit the front that he waited for that horse to get up next to him, and as soon as the horse got there, well, he's attacked the line again, but he's unable to sprint on the dime. He's quite a rangy horse, and that's why he's out to this sort of trip. But loved him when I saw him on debut. He was subsequently tipped out after pulling up lame, and I thought that his maiden win was very stylish and just a lovely
7-8 Queen.
Mental maturity, apart from that nice horse. I thought 12 East Town was, the best roughie of the race, certainly. Gee, that was a good return, right? Morrissey team flying. Definitely Hollywood Epic overs for a horse that has never missed the top 3 in its entire life. Joycey. And always dead set. Looked like the winner last start. anywhere during that race. We've already had 3 winners come out of that race. And obviously should have won 3 starts ago at Warwick, I mentioned that. And then the 3, Antonito, apps well, going well with the earmuffs on, a lot to like about him, and the trainer, 8, 12, 7 and 3.
Thanks a lot for that, Kian. We can tell you that Antonito has trimmed back up really late into clear-cut favouritism at $2.70, and Simply Excels, which did challenge briefly, has now just turned back to $3.40. And Script Rider, the only other runner in single figures.
Oh, you see, that's decent rain.
Lewis 8
It's decent rain there.
again.
It's actually raining.
Oh, it's actually...
It's made its way out. But the radar, your dead set would hardly see a blue spot on that radar, so it is literally raining above Doomben and nowhere else. We better head upstairs for the call.
Yeah, this sort of week's rain was soft 7 at the start of the day, but certainly hoping for some sunny weather. Now they're all in. I turned on for race 5 at Doomben. Starter has the button. Favourite runs from the rails, Antonino. Noel Calloway, they're off. Now, the second favourite Simply Excels was slowly out, has to muster all of a sudden. Aratiri out wide was speedily away. Antonino gathering pace. Simply Excels rushing through and Hollywood Epic, and we nearly had a line of 4 through the first 200 metres. Scoop Rider balancing up at 5th behind that quartet at East Town. Followed by Roxay's Land first innings. And Palatus and Defender top of the last pair. Heading in the turn 1 now, 8.50 left to Rana. Antonino holds the lead, Simply Excels up in second, so the big guns of the market are 1-2, which many anticipated. Aratiri's been left 3 wide, no cover. Hollywood Epic the centre, and Scriptwriter. It's going to be a decent trial mid-race, following the 2 favourites. East Town behind them, then Rothsay's Land first innings. Palatus and Feathertoppers last. First split in 45.92, right in the turn. Antonino first going for 13.50, but seems to be travelling well, or at least travelling better than Simply Excels, who've been shaken up as they turn for home. Antonino drifted away from the rail. Scriptwriter went to a clear third. That looks to be the race. East Town running on reasonably well. Antonino, 1-2 in the Shalani Callow, is currently holding Simply Excelled. Scriptwriter can do no more, but now with 100 to go, Antonino now starts to extend on the lead margin. He's too good, he wins again. All the way for Antonino. Simply Excelled, no Feathertop. Pick that up the second. Simply Excell's third. Then Rothsay's Land. Followed by East Town, Hollywood Epic, Scriptwriter couldn't come on. 3. Then Paladas in the last 2 were Aratiri, and a long last was first innings in 122.67.
Number 3, Antonito, has got the punters back on track. A couple of favourites in a row now to kick off the quaddie, so look out, bookies. All the way win for Noel Callow and David Van Dyke. Had to absorb a little bit of pressure. We were a little bit nervous, 1,200 out to 13.50, but found a really good kick when he needed it. And as Kian told us, those earmuffs since they've gone on, the Son of Sacred Falls, it's just a different horse, and he's won that race and won it easily. Number 4, Feathertop, ripped home out wide for Matty Dunn and Jake Bayless to get up and run second, adding some really good value to the Quinella. And the 8, Simply Excels, which was a bit slower away. Emily Lane had to dig up the 4-year-old Son of Exceed and Excel to get into that second spot. He challenged into the top of the straight. You can see he's getting tired late on this really heavy ground, and Antonino was broken right away by then. The 4 ripping home late, the 8 for third, and then we're going to have a really close go for fourth. It looks as though Script right at the 11, and number 12, East Town, are splitting the line for fourth, so we'll bring that number through as soon as we get it. But no doubt about the winner, Antonito. David Van Dyke's had a couple of days in New Zealand. He's back here on track today, though. And in a tip, he's going to have a chat with Kian as soon as she tracks him down. But we'll just wait for that fourth number to come through. And as soon as we get it, we'll let you know. In the meantime, Kian, got David Van Dyke.
I know why you sent me out here, Joyce, because it's raining. Actually, David, I think I'm in a worse spot. That's okay. Let's talk about Antonino. Hitting his straps, that's that sort of vibe off the back of what he did last preparation. And the earmuffs, harnessing that little bit of fierceness in start.
Yes, I've never really experimented race day with earmuffs. I've always felt that it sort of sits him on their bum a bit too much, but he's loving them. Even when we saddle him up now, as soon as we put them on, he just relaxes, and even round at the barriers, you would have seen him. Noel could have sat there all day. And in the run, what I really liked was he didn't ping and run, he just built momentum, and Noel was able to keep him rolling forward on pace without digging him and having to use him up too much. And gee, you know, it's over 13.50. I knew it was a risk, but gee, he was travelling well before the corner.
Yeah, even the final, the latter stages of the race, obviously there's a horse running on that'll get over further, but he looked to be the only horse really finding the line.
Yes, and look, I didn't want to run him over further than 1200 last prep. He was too revvy, just wanted to charge. But he's bred to get a mile, and the way he ran there today, no reason why he won't get it.
We were watching him hanging around the barriers. He was just quiet as a church mouse.
Yeah, both him and Noel, I've never seen them so quiet.
They're a good pair, yin and yang. Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, great win there by Antonino. It was 3, 4, 8, 12 across the line there, and he's really careered weight. Let's grab you, Noel. You.
Okay, this is the 7th one. Here are the 7th one. Here are the 7th one. So 12, 5, 9, and 8. 12 is the favorite. 12 is the linear. So that's where the 12 stands, well within the rails. And that's where the 12 stands. Okay. Now here the outer drifts are weaker. The 10 is a much stronger inner drift. The outer drifts are there. This is the outer drift. But this is way higher number, 10. So all those things are possible. 8 definitely has a lot going on through the rails. It's also a very high drift, inner drift. The question is how it will play. So if you look at the pressure point, the 12 is at 31. 12 should win. We've seen a 950 or a 750 win. This one was a 750 win. Now, this is a 950. So this is a gradual increment. This is a gradual increment. The first one was that won actually was this one. 2. This one couldn't because this one was out of the rails. Then this was 750. Here there was no neutral. This is 950. It's a benchmark 66. This one was a class 1. And this one was a class 2. Should win.
Coming up, 66 over 14.10. In the day, 280's been solid. Title Rush looks well placed, I thought. 480, it's been solid too. Certainly hot, mega fight. In the market, along with Trigger Knuckle, that bonus tempest. Most of these runners getting into the yard, so live, we can head out to Cola and have a look.
Thanks, Jason. Most of them are in. A few of them are starting to trickle in. We're left with a field of 10 here, and they're not a bad little race, but our favourite does look hard to beat. But the first horse we look at is the one, Trigger Knuckle, for the Dryden Snowden stable, and I think they could run it claiming a kilo and a half. Look, this is a 7-year-old gelding that hasn't won for a long time, but I'll tell you what, I think he's racing well enough this preparation to suggest that another win is near. His last start effort, he was beaten only 2 lengths in the Goulburn, at Goulburn, over a mile in a benchmark 74. So I think back in grade, not too badly weighted after the claim here. As I said, he's looming for another win, to another win. The 2 is almost persuaded for Rob Putter at Glencar, claiming 2 kilos. She's a mare that we spoke to Rob earlier, who said she's in the twilight of her career, and that's probably a fair comment. Last start, she got back and struggled to make up ground at Bathurst over the 1300 benchmark 66, but she did win the Tube Cup. The start prior to that,
It is going the opposite direction. Generally, the linears, the larger numbers, they come within the first 2-3 races, lower benchmarks. But here,
first up here today, so this is certainly short of his best. He parades quite fit though off the back of 2 good trials this time around, so I think he should be running on at best here. The 4's out, so go to the 5, Title Rush for Luke Pepper and Brody Lloyd. He's been terrific this preparation. This is his first preparation off the back of what was a really long spell. He was great winning first up off a wide run at Maruya, and then last start he went to Kembla in a benchmark 64. He got back and found the line well, beaten only a length and a half. Another one that would need a touch of luck in the run here, but he gets through the heavy ground. In fact, he really likes this. Had 2 starts for a win and a third. And with the right run here, he's got to be a great chance. The 6 is out, so we go to the 7 bonus Tempest for Brock Lazzarini, just walking past me now. He's third up, which typically sees him at his peak. His 2 runs back have been okay. He does probably need to find a bit more here, and he will probably get back from his wide draw, which is probably against him today. The 8 is Mega Fight for Robin Luke Price and Pierre Boudeville to ride. He's a horse that's second up. He took a long time to break his maiden, but he was good doing it last preparation, and then with that he went on to win at his next start as well, and then he was able to run third prior to a spell. I thought his first up effort was a little bit underwhelming at Kembla over the 1400, although he was okay through the line. I think he'll be better for that run, and he finds much easier race, and I think he can find himself a bit closer in the run here from an okay draw, which I think will help him. He also seems to like the heavy, which is in his favour. The 9 is Exceedingly Hot for Nick Oliver and Pariah Keatings. This horse has been quite good. It was great to win last start. In previous preparations, he's always been a little bit inconsistent, but I think he's been racing well of late. His last start effort, he set outside the leader. It was good winning there. He was able to beat the Predictor, who's been able to win since, and Philadelphia Storm, who also came out and won since at Albury. So the form around him is really good. The heavy track is an unknown. The 10 is Hello Jack for Cindy Pearson and Richard Benson. He's a horse that always parades excellent. He's a great looking horse. He's been terrific all preparation. He put in 1 bad run, which was 2 starts ago, and the punters were very unforgiving of him. Then he went around as a $15 chance last start, and he was able to bounce back and win there. He's great at the track and distance. He's likely to get back from a wide draw, but he does like the heavy, and if he can make up a bit of ground, he's got to be a hope. The 11 is Chairman's List for Rex Collar and Olivia Dalton, claiming 2. He's third up. He's been on well from back in the run, in 2 runs back this preparation. He is probably an improver here from his inside draw. The last of our runners is the favourite, the 12, Win the Day. Another lovely type of mare. She always looks excellent. She's been nice and relaxed alongside the pony. She didn't have a lot go away in her first 2 runs this preparation, but then last start, Alicia took all bad luck out of the equation, banged her out of the gates, was able to find the front, and she tried very hard to be able to beat Canadian Ruler there, who came out and ran a good race at Canberra on Friday, running third, beating about half a length. So that form's franked. She's also been a winner on the Herbie track in the past, and I think that does see her hard to beat. I've already chatted to
12 getting tailed.
Reluctantly for me over here, get him over again to chat about your chances here. He's already on the board, but I think you can certainly get another win here with Win the Day. How's she come on from that win last start?
Yeah, no, really good. I think she learned a fair bit at Canberra. She's going forward and leading on. I think she really appreciated it, and finding the rails was big helpful. And she do that today would be nice.
So you instructed Claire obviously to bring her out.
Yep, that's the instructions were try and lead. Nico's probably try and push up, but be better at the starts and see who starts best, whoever leads.
She's always been a big gangly mare. Do you feel that at home she keeps improving with the more racing she's getting?
Exactly. I was talking before my Mitch down. He said how much she spent all the baby years down here and doing education. He said she's finally filled out. She's a nice mare now. And she used to be a little bit quirky and that. Like she's never raced here before, but she's done all the free training down here, so she's been here heaps of times. And just to see her now as a finished product is great for the team to see what she's going.
In the last race, so you've got Conjoin who's starting to get up there with quite a few chances, but the blinkers for the first time look a
I'm out. It's getting tailed.
Yeah, blinkers on back in distance, drawn well, Billy on board, so hopefully he jumps well and yeah, because he's made no dummies.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
On that, I'm with Win the Day here. I think she's an excellent chance. As I said, she's a lovely horse. She's always shown a bit. I've said it a few times, but in her first preparation, in her 3 starts, she's always shown a fair bit, but she was just all legs, and she always looked like she would benefit from a spell and coming back and filling out, which obviously hearing from Matt is what she's done this time around, and I think we're definitely seeing a more mature horse this time around. First up, she was posted wide and stuck on well to run third, and second up, she just let the leader get a little bit far away, and she was great through the line but couldn't reel it in. And then last start, as I mentioned, Alicia found the front on her and she tried really hard to win. I think she's well weighted here after Claire's claim. She's won on a heavy and she can prove hard to beat again. From the 5 title
It's
rush,
getting tailed.
as first mentioned, is certainly well placed here. He's going terrific off the back of that long spell here, and he'll get every chance. Well, he should get every chance here. He might need a touch of luck in the run, but if he does get it, I think he's certainly well placed to be a chance of winning. Him for third, I threw in the 10, Hello Jack. Not as confident just with how hard these on-speed runners are to run down today because he's likely to get back, but I think he is racing well and over the
9.
odds. And in for 4th, I put that in
Right.
Mega Fine, a horse that has ability and back to an easier assignment. Second up, can certainly see him improve here. So I'm 12, 5, 10 and 8. How's our market, Jason?
I can tell you that it's 320 about a favourite weight at this stage of the day. Now 310 in fact, after getting up from $2.90, touching 280. So it's back to the 3 in front of its name now. Title Rush has been supported here with Pepper $5 into to 440 with that drop in grade today and form on the wet tracks. At Sydney, Hot's been 6 into 5. Trooper Knuckles been 11 to touch 950. It's now 11 again. Mega Fight's a bit easy, had a couple of points to be 11.
9 and 10.
This is east a couple to 12. Final comments out of 3 to 15. Hello Jack's out of point to 15.
3 is a grey, so the 3, it's a 1400 meter.
So it's been a race that's seen a lot of movement.
3 is a grey.
Today just getting out.
It's the largest outer drift.
The best back runner has been Title Rush.
3 probably in some place, but I don't know if the 12 is getting tailed. I'm going to be out.
I think that Win the Day will certainly be ahead of Title Rush in the run. I mean, I'm sure
Then it becomes dicey. Then
be showing a bit of intent to try and be handy, but he hasn't
it
shown a whole lot of
requires
speed in his 2 runs back this time around, and Win the Day obviously has. So I think that certainly falls into her favour here, as well as her carrying a lot less weight, but time will tell. I think she's quite a progressive mare, and if she doesn't find the front, she'll be thereabouts. Exceedingly Hot is Pat said is the horse that's likely to take it up if she can't cross it here from barrier 2. Is showing good speed or preparation. Outside of that, I don't think there is a whole lot of speed. Trooper Knuckle maybe won't be too far away, almost persuaded to have to press forward. And as I said, not a maybe Mega Fight, the other one that will be vying for a first 4 spot. So I can't see it being an overly fast run race. Time will tell. Our favourite is the 12, Win the Day. Here's Anthony.
Win the Day and Hello Jack is the last start. His spot, Hello Jack will be the last one. the score will follow again. This is the Sapphire Hardware by the 10 benchmark 66. They're ready. Win the day favourite, predominantly a black jacket. They're ready for Bob Paul. They're off. Win the day came away second last, just ridden aggressively to try and pick up the bit early. The other hand, we've got Chairman's List off the inside. It was the first one to begin, exceedingly hot into second position. Triple Knuckle coming across to get the third and final comment, the grade 4. Then Win the Day, who's been dug up to hold its spot fifth on the rails and improving now to a clear fourth. Then Mega Fight is on the 3 wide line from Bonus, Tempest, Tidal Rush. Almost Persuaded must be 4 wide there. And the last one is Hello Jack. So Champion's List found the top here, exceedingly hot second. Win the Day found herself leaders back in third. So she's ended up in a really good spot there after that start. Then Triple Knuckle, they're followed by Bonus, Tempest. And then came final comment from Mega Fight, who's doing it tough out there 3 wide, and then Tidal Rush. They're followed then by Almost Persuaded, and Hello Jack's the last one. Chairman's List and Exceedingly Hot. They'll turn together. Win the Day eases across their heels to get fresh air in third. Final comment, Bonus, Tempest have cut the corner, then Triple Knuckle and Tidal Rush. 300 to go. Exceedingly Hot hit the front from Win the Day. Then Chairman's List, final comment. Tidal Rush trying to wind up. It's Win the Day who hit the front now from Exceedingly Hot, the 150, and Tidal Rush giving chase. Win the Day in front though, got clear the last 100 metres, rolled back to the inside the filly, but Win the Day will make it 2 wins in a row, and she won well at the end. Win the Day, she won by 4. Tidal Rush ran second, Exceedingly Hot, Almost Persuaded in the photo for third and fourth, and then came Mega Fight. They were followed then by Bonus, Tempest from final comment, Triple Knuckle, Chairman's List, and Hello Jack was last. The Day, Claire Rare, bottom for Bob Joseph, Paul and Matt Jones. The double for the team this afternoon. Look at this, she's now won 3 from 12, 3 from 7 rather, for horse number 12. What do you got?
Well done.
Yes, 12.59.
Worse than midfield, but ended up in a lovely spot.
That was very good, right? I once actually would have set up 100 metres, but anyway, so I'll take that again. So it was really good there. In the end, well, yeah, she still won, but she actually gone away. I sort of
Have a great day, Frank.
She was going to the class 2, 1500 all. We want to call it off, but yeah, we'll see where we go now. But we'll find a good race for it. Wagga.
That's exactly right, and we spoke about it prior to the race, but she's certainly not the finished product, and for product yet, you can even see that the way that she dawdled out of the gates a little bit then, she's still very immature.
Yeah, exactly right. And I had a head up in the air for the first 100 metres, but the last 150 that's what I liked. She ran away from him actually, which is really good. So.
Spoken a lot, I know, about the ownership group, but they've been a terrific horse for them to get.
Unbelievable. Like Carl Stefanovic, when's he come down to Sapphire Coast?
How good was that? That was fabulous. What's your opinion on her, Bob?
I think she's very good, and I think she could probably get to a mile. Yeah, I think she's a wonderful horse, and
Wagga Guinness.
Wagga Guinness. That's a big mile. That's it. She's 4.
I hope she is. Yeah.
Well, that's an important thing. She is 4, so she's out of the Wagga Guinness. So you guys could discuss that at home at next set. So that's been a great result and a good day for your stable apprentice Claire.
Thank you.
Excellent. He was going to be critical of her ride, poor Claire, but as I said, she's quite a mature horse too, still, and we have seen her do this a little bit for a few different riders, where she just is a little bit slow out of the gate sometimes, which in the past has seen her get back, but Alicia really switched her on last time, banging her out into gear and getting her to find the front. And today, from that soft draw, although being a little bit slow into stride early, Claire was able to use her up and land in the box seat, and she was able to expose her at the right time coming to the corner, and she's drawn clear for a really nice win there. She's certainly a nice horse to follow going forward, I think, and said it a few times, but she's definitely not the finished product and an exciting horse. And it's been a great day for Claire, winning double for the stable too. That always helps.
Yeah, no, that's good. It puts the confidence level high. But before I went out, I got told if I didn't lead on her, I might be coming to spray this. And when I didn't, I thought, do her in a bit of stripe here, but nah, she was too good. So
Well, Matt, I wasn't going to say what he said, but he was going to be critical. We'll say that. But she's a lovely horse, isn't she?
she's really good. She's a bit quirky, but she's nice and big, and I think that kind of helps her out a bit. You know, she's got a lovely big stride, and she's willing to win. So nah, she's a very nice little horse.
Matt and Barb were just saying they're not quite sure what her distance range will be. Well, Barb said I think she'll be a miler. What's your opinion?
Yeah, I definitely think she can go further. She was still telling me after the line, so yeah, I don't see why we can't try her over that.
Well done, good day.
Thank you.
She's had a great day, Claire, and running well, as I said. I think that's been a lovely result, and she's certainly a nice horse to follow. She's won by 4¼ lengths in the end by a length, and she's defeated the 5 title Rush, who I thought was brave in defeat. The 9 Exceedingly Hot had every chance outside the leader and is stuck on for third there. And the 2 Almost Persuaded, the swimmer, has been able to run on well into 4th. So that has been 12.592 and a winning 12.592 and a winning double for Claire and the Joseph Jones stable.
Good on you, Kayla. Yeah, nice mare, didn't she? Win the day. I remember seeing Carl down in Canberra. She won down there about a month ago. And she's been able to back it up with a win at the Sapphire Coast today. And she's absolutely great. We've got a couple of big winners there today, haven't we? Title Rush is on a nice race. Certainly Height Almost Persuaded, but no match for this aggressive mare with a strong Joseph Jones and stable. We move across to Durban now. Runners already in the yard. Let's look at the market before we head off to the yard. King Potter, the shortest price favourites anywhere today, $1.55. It's the yard.
Welcome back to Durban for race 6 of 7. We have the Colts of Billings and Entides here at benchmark 65 over 1,200 metres. First horse we'll look at count is number 3, Air Marshall. Renita beat rolling the dice and running this horse on a heavy track, which, by the way, has been downgraded to a heavy 10 due to the rain we had in the previous race and probably the 10 minutes after that while you were interviewing David Van Dyke. So Emily Lang will take 1.5 kilos of Air Marshall. They're backing this horse a lot.
No, I tipped him. Probably those 2 Sunshine Coast, the 2 most recent Sunny Coast runs, and they've just been a disaster. He hasn't had a lot of luck. All preparation, this horse. Look, he didn't offer a lot last start, but he was a month between runs. And have a look at him on screen if we can get a good shot of him. He's a lump of a horse. So that missed work before the rain and stuff, I say perhaps he was just telling a little bit late. Probably more effective on top of the ground, but I think if he's going well enough, there's a very good chance if he gets tempo on.
I love backing this horse in fast run races on dry tracks. Wet, but
yeah,
all credit to them for having a crack. Number 4, a lot of booty. Now here's a horse that does love these sort of conditions. For the Jack Duncan yard, Carly Fenlon will take 2 kilos off. He's looking to fall but he loves these wet tracks.
Silly price. Jack's found a really nice race for him, and then the claim just brings him in even more, particularly now we're on a heavy 10. Every part of that 2 kilos will count. He was fantastic last start at Ipswich. He found a lot of traffic, and you can roll forward on him if you like. He's very adaptable in the run.
I'm hoping they're forward on him today. Number 5, Lime Road, the next one to have a look at. For Stewie Kendrick, he's shooting for a double here today. And so is Coles Taylor.
He's a bit of a quiet achiever. I never look at Lyra and think, yes, I'm going to put you on top, but he doesn't run bad. He was just left a sitting shot here at Sunny Coast last start. I thought he tried really hard.
That's a good way to sum him up. I've got him in for 4th today. He's that sort of horse.
In my numbers.
Yeah, he's always in your numbers, that sort of horse. Number 8, I Am a Marvel. Robert Heathcote, Noel Callow going for back-to-back wins. You've got this horse down as an absolute swimmer.
Yeah, not that his form suggests it on the heavy, but soft does, and they were unsuitable races on the heavy. Remember that one at Bowie that day? I was on him, he just come up the fence, so it's been really good to be this horse. Look, first up he was good. The winner cut the corner on that occasion and try everything, so I think he was a touch luckless. Loves it, Tommy. He's just better ridden quiet. He didn't offer anything up on speed last start. They'll be aware of that.
Love it how you always bring up the winning bets that you'd found.
No, I just wanted to bring up how...
And over the top of mine. Remember that well at Bay Desert? It got me in the last 2 strides.
It was one of those freakish wins, right? Like...
It was. Still haven't got over it. Number 10, Colliano. The next one to have a look at, Matty Hoysted and Jack Martin. First up for the stable after coming up from Victoria. And not only do you have a form spiel here, you've got a personal spiel.
X-Price Kent horse, trot over the 1,000 metres, won under a little bit of riding in the shades. Where's the shades first up? He's a winner on the synthetic. That one win came from the synthetic, so we don't have a lot to go off in terms of this sort of track. The crossover comes off, and I have to give a shout out to Gilgandra locals, Josh Border from the slides up here, and one of the most popular men and nicest blokes in Gil and probably the whole world, Stewie Border. So I hope you're listening, Stu, and I hope you're doing well.
Did you talk about the form of the source at all?
I did.
Okay.
Wait, are you listening?
I've lost track.
I can do it all, Joyce.
Number 11, Limahuli, the next one for Ben Hull and Boris Thornton. Now, we're going to run this horse on Wednesday, but they're happy to run today.
Is effective with the tine. Really good run over the 1,000 to try 1,200 now. I think going really well.
13, King Potter, our favourite for the Niche March 14. Jag to ride, perfect draw, look good in a recent trial.
We like the trial. There's not a lot of him. He comes to hand quick. Pietra's Gem franked that form on Tuesday, which was a Saturday meeting. Look, the run where he went out last start, he was very good, left a sitting shot behind Give Me Space. Boomtown Boss ran second in that race. He was only beaten 2 lengths in the Bow Road. The form's there. The horse looks to have upside.
And Chili Whack, number 14, rounds us out for Julian Heinrich and Michael Rod. You found a spot for this fellow in the numbers at $41.
He does tick the heavy box, but it's just not about that. I thought, initially I looked at the replay, I thought he didn't really have a run on, but he just did a bit of late work that teased and an improved run, third up off of what was a big spell.
Okay, back live here at Doomben for race number 6. The horses are behind the gates, and we've got odds on favourite in number 13, King Potter. A lot of booty, 14 into 850. Air Marshall, 21 into 18. And Chili Whack, Yarns Ruffix in the numbers, 41 into 31. King Potter just touching $1.75, $1.70. So $1.75. Nowhere actually, QOP, and also, so there you go. I just anticipated. See, $1.75 with Potter. Now with Tab, best price available so far today.
You're okay.
I am okay. It's the best price you can get all day right now with Tab, $1.75. So there you go, folks. 13, 4, 11, and 5 the numbers. King Potter, how can they beat him, Kian? Well, he is first up on a heavy 10. It's never ideal, but as you said, there's not a lot of him. He looks fit. They trialled him. He trialled great. He won here first up last prep by half the straight. That was over 1,110. He's got to get 1,200 a day, and he's come up with that inside gate. We saw Noel Callow handle things beautifully in the previous to use that inside gate, get control, but then just angle away from that fence at the right point, and then the others have to come around you and cover more ground. And
yeah,
it can be a huge advantage to draw inside, even when the fence isn't playing well.
As long as you've got the luxury to have speed. Otherwise, it's a disaster.
Hang on.
Do anything when you're in front.
100% right. So that's hopefully how this race pans out. 13 gets the nod on top. 4 a lot of booty, has been spec'd at big odds because it was over the odds. $14 was too big a price for a horse that loves these conditions. Doesn't win out of turn, only 2 wins from 22. The 11, Limahuli. This horse goes all right. He's been racing way out of his grade his last couple. He's coming back to the right class today. It's a good class 1 metre down the Goldie 3 back. And that leaves me with the 5 Lime Road. As you said, the horse is just quite achiever, sneaks into the numbers and goes in the game today. 1 from 1 on heavy ground, Lime Road. 13, 4.
How's that? Stay out.
Poliano was the one I found hardest in 60.
Stay out.
I'm so keen on him first up here at Doom.
You were so keen on him first up at Doom, I remember.
And look, I don't think he ran on top of the ground. That's okay.
Both the grounds are very heavy.
Look, if I went
Doomben,
looking for things to beat him,
Sapphire Coast.
Favours, when he won that maiden, he had all the favours with the
All
rail.
very heavy.
There wasn't a lot chasing him. But apart from that, a lot more positive volumes for him to say that he's got a little bit of upside. So for that reason, I was happy to play him. I thought the 8 was the danger in I Am Marvel. I think Noel suit this horse as well. The 3 in Air Marshal's knockout chance. He does sort of handle the going. The horse hasn't had a lot of luck or preparation. And then I think just was in need of the run after that let up last start. And Chili Whack, who I mentioned before, just teased an improved run third up for a horse that
Lewis 4 and 8.
box with that downgrade 13, 8, 3, 14.
All right, Jan, thanks for that. The late market, I can tell you now, King Potter's at $1.80, so that's been again pretty much the best price you could have got since markets open. QOP had him very briefly at $1.85, but that didn't last long. I Am a Marvel, rock solid at the $5 quote, and then we jump down to the well back to a lot of booty, which is almost half its open quote, 14, all the way down to $7.50. It doesn't win out of turn a lot of booty, probably more for you than I trifecta. Should get a lovely run from the draw. All right, they're loading up well. David Fowler's been calling all the action today, so let's head upstairs.
$8 Poliano at $8.50. Next Tim, these runners getting behind the barrier stalls, but now they're starting to load. Chili Wag and Lena Hurley go up. And again, just very light rain falling. Heavy 10 for the last 2. Air Marshall comes up. Poliano will be the last one to move in. just about ready to go now on the 6th of Doomman. Colliano comes up to its position. Now we are set. Ready to break at the 1200 metre start. Red line 10 on the favourite runs from the rails. King Potter, Jack Guthman, Chester Riley. Now off. He began on terms with them, King Potter, but with his speed at the rails go, he'll punch through and lead. I Am a Marvel swiftly on the scene goes to second. Limebro third away, and a lot of booty is going to land in fourth. About 3 weeks away then came Chilliwack outside of Lita Hurley. Colliano beat for speed, and likewise Air Marshal their second last and last. They hit the first bend, 800 left to Rana, and King Potter, the odds-on favourite, steadied in front. Leads by just over a length to I Am a Marvel in second, trailing the favourite, away third, Lowbro, 1 to a lot of booty, 1 Chilliwack, 1 Lita Hurley, a length away Colliano, and 1 to Air Marshal, 6 off them. First split was slow, 36 and 86, and King Potter has been given every opportunity in front. Comes to the turn lead because I Am a Marvel for the first time, strides up to challenge the leader. Libro pushed hard in third, then a lot of booty. Chilliwack pulled the outside, and Colliano will be the widest runner. King Potter, he's up to siege the favourite, and I'm a Marvel is going better. I think King Potter has spent his chips, then Libro, Air Marshal, and a lot of booty, but I'm a Marvel down by the 100 metres, broke clear with the margin. They're chasing for the minors, but I'm a Marvel of Kelly riding hard is too good for them. Second Air Marshal, Libro, and fourth Lita Hurley.
Lewis got 8.
King Potter. He eased at the mark and he weakened noticeably at the straight. The last pair over the line were Chilliwack and Colliano at 1:13.32.
Beautiful, Lewis.
Yeah, he's just a dead set swimmer. I Am a Marvel for Robert Heathcote. Noah Callow stalked King Potter everywhere, knowing that he's going to be suspect first up. I love how he didn't deaf seat him. He just sat back just past his girth, probably his flank a little bit.
5, 11. 4 was back there.
It did put the pressure on King Potter, and he's got race fitness on his side, and we know that he likes the heavy, so really smart ride by Noel, just knowing what he had underneath him, and he's most certainly worried.
Okay, this is the 8th one. The odds are 2, 1, 3, and 5. That 2 is the favourite. That's a larger inner drift. The linear is 1. And it's not within the rails. It is not within the rails. So that is in a tricky position, but it'll get in somewhere. If we look through the rails, the 3 definitely has a lot of advantage. 7 is the EW, which has 6 races, done nothing. 10 is a 3-year-old filly in good hands. And it is well within the rails, and this thing has been tested here. At this distance, at this track. So that 10 is a check. The 10 is a check. 2 winning is difficult because it's an inner drift. It should be the second place probably, if that outer drift doesn't make much of a noise. Then 2 should be the second place. Then, I mean, that's the second horse pool. It's within the rails. 1 is no chance of winning, but it will get into the race in some way or the other. I mean, it's when I say no chance of winning is through what I can see, it is difficult. It is, unless they all have severe heart attacks at the track. So that's that. And it's a maiden. I'm going to be out of this. That 10 is a check. Out.
One more as we head back to Jason.
Thanks, Joycey. Yeah, looks like we'll just get through the day, and then fingers crossed. There's a one to come on the marble. Our fellow couple there, Robert Heathcote. 5:21.90 over Air Marshal Gamero and Lima Pooley. Right, our next race from the Sapphire Coast. Towards the end of their program. We've only got a couple of races to come. So one to come from Doomben, and then we've got from the Sapphire Coast is one to come from them. But that's still 19 minutes away. 1,200 metre maiden to finish off the day. Conjoin, a $4 favourite, big wide open at the fair. Coming up after the last race at Doomben will be 4 mile extra. We'll have Chris Ritz and Nick Burney joining me to have a look at the quaddy leagues tomorrow. And Royal Randwick will also get their best bets on the card. Back soon, off to the Sapphire Coast.
It's a cool little place. Never seen anything like it in my life. Down at Bongbong Farm, which is off Kirima's stables. We saw a couple of good horses as well, which was right up with 18 in. As you know, they can travel over and go one way or the other, and he's definitely gone in the right direction. So everything set really well. Really happy in this environment. On his late last night, but
I've never been pleased with him before that. And I watched the work this morning, he done a little bit of work up that one, and he looked really good. Yeah, nice and firm his action. Hamish from Neil come over and ride him. And yeah, everything seems to be going along nicely. Looking up to look at it, and there was a kangaroo came hopping across the track. So yeah, he's a pretty laid back also. So I don't think that would bother him too much. But him to see that go up and have a little drive and chase them out of the way if there's any naughty ones around there, trying to get in the way. The track manager said that we could go down and have a little look around. So we were thinking about doing that. But just travel down there, and then the back up here again was quite substantial, and we just sort of thought he settled here, and he's so happy, and he's been around a big track like Ellerslie before, and there's a bit to look at Ellerslie with the new development and the stands, etc. So I'm pretty sure I'll handle Randwick and take him on a stride. Emma said to me, because she's been over here since Sunday with the horse, and she said, oh, it looks like he's coming brighter in his coat and brighter in his eye. And I saw him this morning, I was really pleased. Yeah, he looked like he had really come on and thrived since he's been here. So he's only, it's only 3 days, but yeah, he still looks like he's on the improve. First Group 1 winner and won a New Zealand Derby, which is a race that, just I've always wanted to win. So yeah, to do that, he's obviously very, very special, but what's the deal we've done with him, and he's going in good hands. We have a really good relationship with my racehorse Australia with Ben Willis, and he's really wanting to do the best for the horse, and we all want him to be there, and Brian Blackburns in partnership with Emma in New Zealand. So yeah, the horse is going to the right hands. We're pleased about that. I feel naturally a little bit nervous, but we're doing everything we can do, and we've got a good horse, and I'm sure he is at the end of his preparation. Like he's showing me that he's taking anything from the racing. So yeah, like I said, he'll have to lift from the New Zealand Derby, but he happens to, well, he's got to be competitive. It'll just mean a lot. Obviously, he moves on to Kiramar after that, so he's going to move on. But I had a good chat to Kieran this morning, and he'll love this place. Couldn't not help but love it. So we know he's in good hands, and hopefully he can be successful over here for us. He's been a pretty special horse to us, so to come over here and get to Australia and have a really competitive chance in a major Group 1 is exciting. And yeah, we're really looking forward to setting it.
One to come at Sapphire Coast, one to come at Doomben to finish off our afternoon of racing on this Friday before we get into Form 1 next week. Chris Roots and Bernie. Looking at the back end of the car tomorrow at Royal Randwick. Those quaddy legs and their best on the program. Maiden here over 1,200 metres finishes us off at the Sapphire Coast. Pretty hard way to finish off the day. The number of hopes, the market is pretty open, especially that top four. Conjoin 380. The Joseph Jones team make it a hat trick. Certainly it's been knocking on the door. The eye on the board. Weird goodbyes at 420 with a script. I think it was total tip in the preview. It's in the market at 460. Probably flyer at $5 for our headings and apparate at 10. Downtown Bar, there's one that I can improve today. Might be able to be able to $14. These runners are in the yard. I think Coda's already started the
Up to the last race at the Sapphire Coast here, which is the Hind Timber Maiden Handicap run over the 1,209 metres. And we did see a couple of three scratchings here, which leaves us with a field of 11. The first horse we'll see is a horse with a chance, the one Weird Goodbyes for Luke Pepper and Brodie Lloyd. It's a 3-year-old colt that's only had the one start. He debuted at Canberra, and his run was really good. He jumped well, he sat behind the leaders. He was a little bit raw down the straight, but thought he found the line well enough to run third despite being well beaten by the first two. The horse he went across the line with that ran fourth has come out and won since at Canberra, so the form stacks up. He gets an important barrier 1. Obviously the heavy track is an unknown, but he's a great looking colt and he does look ready to improve here. The 2 is Conjoin for the Joseph Jones team and Billy Owen. He's getting up there, having had a few chances. He's at start 10 today for 5 minor placings, but he has been racing well. Last start, he got up on the speed and boxed on well to run second at the Corowa. I think the addition of blinkers for the first time looked really welcome to the way he had his ears pricked the whole way down the straight there. I think that can really fast track him here. The 3 is a horse that I've settled on in Glitter Script for the Robin Luke Price stable of Pierre Briavilla, who tried her this time around, gets the ride. She's first up. Look, she is at start 12 today, but at her best, she's been competitive in Metropolitan level. She was a bit disappointing, it must be said, last preparation, but she had a nice soft trial in preparation for today. She'll need the right run from her awkward draw, but if she can get it, I think she finds an easy race to hopefully be able to break through. The 4's out, so we go to the 5, Tommy 5, Nicole Keating. It's always tried well, but it's just seemed to struggle to pull it all together on race day. He actually started off his career with Nico, where he had one start and didn't do much, and then he was spelled and went up to David Van Dyke, where his most recent run was at Warwick. He's obviously made his way back down to Nico's now at Queanbeyan, and has, as I said, trialled well again since, but needs to do everything right and put it together on race day. The 6 is Whole Lot of Love for Luke Pepper and Claire Rance. Spot them here. Looks really well, this little 3-year-old gelding. He had the perfect run at Canberra first up in what was a tough maiden, and he weakened right out of it, beaten 10 lengths. It's hard to see him having luck in the run from his awkward draw here, and I think he would need it to figure. The 7 is Upper 8 for Gary Kirk up at Tegan. Martin, having her first run with Gary, was formerly trained by Kieran Marr, where she was never finished too far away in all of her runs last preparation. They were in provincial grade, and she went to Victoria for 2 runs at the end of her prep, so I expect her to be competitive fresh here. The 8 is Capital Letters for Paul Murray and Glenn Carl, claims 2. She's a filly that's been good all preparation. She's been back and keeps finding the line well under the 1,000 metres. I think getting out to 1,200 metres for the first time looks ideal for her. The 9 scraps will go to the 10 Downtown Bar for Kerry Parker. Brian Bradley claiming 4 kilos. She's a 3-year-old filly that appears to have returned a little bit stronger this preparation. She had her first up run at the track and distance, and she got up behind the speed there and held on well to run third. If she can improve off that, she can be a hope here. The 11's out, so we go to the 12, Nicolina for Greg Stevens and Rebecca Broderick Prague. Got back at Orange last start and struggled to make up much ground, beaten 7.5 lengths. Her best runs have been right up on the speed, so I think that would be her best chance today if she can get there. The 13 is Star of the Class for Teresa Bader and Jess Taylor. Look, she hasn't shown a whole lot, but she did see improvement. Well, we saw improvement last start at the track and distance, where she was sat behind the leaders and beaten 3.5 lengths. She still needs to improve again off that. The last of our runners is the 14 Superior Fun for Anthony Mountney, and Richard Bensley. She's first up here. She's been back in all of her runs, mainly ever beaten 2 horses home in 3 starts. The recent Kembla trial this time around did seem sharper, but she needs to show it race day. Graded quite well here. I thought this was probably the hardest race of the day, to be completely honest, and one that I wasn't really keen on diving into. And I've settled on the 3 Glitter Script, but I'm not really happy to have settled on her either, I must say. Look, I just thought this is probably the easiest race she's found to break through at. Her trial this time around was nice and soft, and she does look ready to go. However, she draws ugly and doesn't seem to have a whole lot of speed, which I think she needs to be up on the speed today. So I'm just kind of banking on the fact that they press forward with her. But look, I just couldn't see what can beat her. I put the one Weird Goodbyes in for second, but I think he's still very raw and he finds himself on a heavy track at start 2, which is probably to his detriment. In for third, I put the 7 Apparate, who's first up, likely to get back a little bit here, but never finished too far away and can run on. And in for fourth, I put the 2 Conjoin. I think the blinkers will be a very helpful addition. As I said, he had his ears pricked the whole way down the straight at Corowa last start, which shows that he probably had a bit more up his sleeve and maybe wasn't trying his best there. So I think blinkers could certainly sharpen him up in a positive ride. I think gives him certainly a good chance. So I'm 3-1-7-2, but hard race to be full of confidence with any of these runners, Jason.
Certainly is, Kayla, yeah, but the punters are pretty confident, I suppose, about Conjoin. It's been one of the better back runners today. Clearly top 3, $4.40 to $3 for this 3-year-old who's been knocking on the door with 3 straight placings, and that's good enough for many who have continued to put the cash on. Now at $2.90, so this is a good push. Conjoin in the last. Weird Goodbyes sits on the second line. It's been rock solid at the $4.60 for Luke Pepper. He's had a good day. Glitter Script at $4.60 has also had market support, $5.50 into $4.60 on the fixed. You've got Tommy Fryer, who's been 6 into as little as $4.80, now 6 again. Apparate steady at 11. Downtown Bards continue to trim up here at longer price. 21, it was 16, and 15, 14, now $13. Kerry Parker gets it well with the 4 kilo apprentice aboard, the Sebring Sun filly. Probably need to get through a little bit of wet ground. Whole lot of love, best of the rest, steady at 17, Nicolene at 19. It's filmed a couple of points. But Conjoin is the best backed here in the last cover, now into $2.90 as they get at the barriers for racing.
Yes, and he's obviously our favoured way home in the quaddie, which is paying not much at all, $147 if he was to get home. Here, obviously, our first leg was won by Sacred Mistress. She bolted in. She won by about 8.5 lengths. She was certainly our most impressive winner of the day, she was bringing picnic form here, but found a tap race, a very suitable one, and she was dominant. Our second leg was taken out by Extravagant Choice, racing really well for Nick Olive, and our third leg was taken out by also, I think, will certainly pay to follow in winning the day. That was our last race for the Joseph Jones team. She certainly seems to be a mare with a fair bit of upside, and she seems to keep getting better each time she steps out here. So overall, it's been a good day's racing. I was thinking that early that we might end up on an upgraded track. The time from the first was pretty good, but the jockeys have reported that it was certainly very heavy, maybe slightly better than the 9, but we didn't see an upgraded. It certainly has been beneficial to be up on the speed here today and have horses that get through the wet ground. So if you can find them, you'll find your winner. But I don't know who that is here. A lot of these horses untried on a heavy track. A lot of them have tried on a heavy track and haven't got through it, like Star of the Class and Superior Fun. And of the ones that have, you're probably landing on Nicolina and Glitter Script. But that doesn't offer too much information. So they're all starting to load up quite well now for our last race here at the Sapphire Coast.
The class is the next one to come forward. So the favourite here is Conjoin, Joseph Paul and Matt Jones, who'd had a double this afternoon. In front of number 3, Glitter Script, Pierre Bouvilla riding for Robbie and Luke Price. This one down from Kembla. Horse number 1, Weird Goodbyes, 550. Number 5, Tommy Flyer. He trialled well, Tommy Flyer, recently. Join about to come forward. Capital letters the next one. There's 3 to load, 4 to load. In fact, Nicolina, bit of script, Downtown Bar, and Whole Lot of Love. Nicolina is the next one to come up. Nicolina takes her first spot. 3 to load, Sapphire Coast. 3 to load. This one is Whole Lot of Love. Okay, 3 to load, Sapphire Coast, race number 8, Whole Lot of Love takes up its spot, Downtown Bar. Let us quick will be the last one. Favourite for the last is number 2, Conjoined. Back out to 380, bottomed out at $3, back to 380, right at the death. And number 3 is scripted $4.40. So it's racing in this region. Goes to Goulburn on Tuesday. I'll join you there. And best of luck to my colleague Ben Hall, who's pulling the country championship final tomorrow at Randwick. We're set to go for the last. Tipper made of handicap. Conjoined favourite. Ready. Set. Go. Conjoined came away about midfield off the inside. Weird Goodbyes was the first one to begin it. Conjoined comes out of the pack now, ridden aggressively to try and find the top. So Conjoined just in front from Weird Goodbyes. The leader script is rolling across to get up outside. The leader Tommy Flyer is following it. And a Whole Lot of Love very wide as well, going forward in a rush. Now they were followed by Nicolina and then came Downtown Bar. Further back to Superior Fun. It's on the outside of Star of the Class. Upper Rate is second last and Capital Letters is the last one. There's some pressure here. Conjoins in front, but gee, it's got some company. Tommy Flyer outside the leader. Whole Lot of Love 3 wide and Glitter Script 4 wide. Charge of the Light Brigade around the home turn. Now behind those, Weird Goodbyes getting off the inside and Star of the Class has cut the corner from Nicolina. Joins in front. Tommy Flyer. Then came Weird Goodbyes. Star of the Class on the far side. Apparate coming right down the outside. Conjoined Tommy Flyer. Apparate out wide. Apparate hit the front. 100 to go from Tommy Flyer, Star of the Class, but it's Apparate in front for Tegan Martin. And Apparate roars away to win. Superior
7-14.
Tommy Flyer, third, Star of the Class, fourth. Then Conjoined, who got softened up. They were followed by Nicolina. Then came Weird Goodbyes, Capital Letters. Glitter Script will sleep all the way back to Kemble Grange, Downtown Bar. And the last one was Whole Lot of Love. And it had the toughest run of the lot of them. Number 7, Upper Road, Tegan Martin, Gary Kirkup. This filly by Harry Angel. Number 7 wins the last. There's a real PB from it. Starts 7, win number 1. Number 7, Upper Road first. 14, second, Superior Fun. Gee, they went mad there. And the back markers really came into it. Third went to horse number 5, Tommy Flyer. And fourth was number 13. And that was Star of the Class. So 7, 14, 5.
Geez, that.
So what happened is the 2 was the favorite. It was a larger inner drift, so that definitely did not work. 7 actually won. That was the EW, which is right below this. Is 7, then 14. 14. Just one. 7, 14. Then 5. 5. Then 3. So 1 and 2 went nowhere. Man. But that is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is it. We had 8 races here today at Sapphire Coast. That was the last one. But I'm going to be racing tomorrow. And it is a big day at Randwick. If you have a little time, please come and join me. We will race together, do a little chit chat, and try to have some fun here. And thank you so much for being there. Lewis, thank you so much, my friend, for being there. Azhar, thank you so much, bro, for being there. Frank, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Tuna, thank you so much for being there, Tuna. I think Dow's, thank you so much, Dow's, for being there. Thank you, gentlemen. I'll see you tomorrow at Randwick. Thank you. Have a great day.